Councilmember Brandow. Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Caprielio. Councilmember Chavez. He's supposed to be calling in, but he hasn't yet.
That's fine.
So, Councilmember Soria and President Olivier.
Luis Chavez here.
Thank you, Luis. We're about to get started in just a second.
Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll have the invocation by Pastor DJ Kreiner of St. Rest Baptist Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would please stand.
Good morning to our council president and all of our council members, official staff. Let us look to heaven in prayer. Father, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers and sisters to dwell together in unity. We stand, Father God, directly under lettering, Father God, that is directed in honor of you, which is this city's motto, "In God we trust." So, Father, in the most highest name, the name above all names, the name of Jesus Christ himself, we ask, Father, a covering over this council session. That those, Father, that you have put in positions of power to lead, to govern, to set rules, to pass ordinance, Father, that this city, Father God, would be led under the leadership and guidance of the Holy Spirit, that you will provide wisdom. That yes, Father, this is City Hall, but where the Spirit of the Lord is, Father, there is liberty, so convert this into your sanctuary. Let nothing be done or said, Father, without your permission. And at the end of the day, Father God, let your name be glorified. We pray, Father God, that you are approved. You approve of everything that happens today, and if it's not so, silence the mouth of the critics, Father, so that at the end of the day, Father, we can stand and applaud heaven for what heaven has done today. We thank you because we don't deserve to be here, but we're grateful for your grace and mercy that you've given us privilege to do so. Anoint our council president, Father, with the wisdom and leadership to govern. And at the end of the day, we'll be so careful to give you all the praise and the glory. It's in the name of Jesus that we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This time now we will approve the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, I have several changes. The first one is the proclamation in support of Energy Upgrade California has been removed from the agenda. The next change is the 10 a.m. item, file ID 17-1144. The hearing regarding annexation number 17 has been continued to 9/21 at 2:20 per staff. The next change is the 10:20 a.m. item, ID 17-1070, which is a hearing to consider a text amendment. There's a correction to the first part of this particular item, and it's to insert the word California before Environmental Quality Act guidelines, which is at the end of the sentence. And the last change is item 3C, which is 17-1154, actions pertaining to drilling a new water production well at the Fresno Clovis Regional Wastewater Reclamation has been continued to 9/21 by staff. Those are all the announcements I have.
Okay, thank you. Do any council members have any changes they wish to make to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, the screen is clear at this time.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. I'll go ahead and second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to approval of the agenda?
Council President.
Oh, sorry. Let's do this by roll call. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Baines,
Aye.
Brandow, Bredefeld, Capriolio, Chavez,
Aye.
Soria, and President Olivia.
Yes. We'll move now to ceremonial presentations, and we'll begin with proclamation of El Chavo del Ocho Day, presented by Vice President Soria and City Councilmember Chavez.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very thrilled to be doing this resolution or this proclamation declaring September 8 Chavo del Ocho Day. And I'm very proud to have folks here that will be accompanying me in this celebration. It is a very fun resolution, so I'm excited to have all of you. So Steve, if you want to come on up. Diane, and we'll do a little bit of a presentation on why we're doing Chavo del Ocho Day. On September 8th here in the city of Fresno. So first of all, you may be asking yourself, who is El Chavo? For those that have no idea, there's a picture of him outside, but what I will tell you that, well, if you grew up in a Latino family here in Fresno, or anywhere in the United States and watched Univision, because that's what I did when I was growing up, you know El Chavo, one of the most beloved characters in Mexican television history. El Chavo was a courageous kid growing up in a neighborhood with memorable characters in a school full of classmates who got him in trouble. This sitcom that began in 1971 and ended in 1992 still draws high viewership for its reruns in animated version because it highlights the struggles of working class, particularly of single parents making ends meet. In fact, I was at my parents' house last weekend, and in the background, as we were having dinner, there was reruns of El Chavo. So it's still happening. It's still something that is highly viewed by many Latinos here in the United States and throughout the entire country and also the world. So what was enduring about the series is that El Chavo was always about family values as love and relationships. And that certainly resonates with me because, as many of you know, my Mexican immigrant parents instilled in me those values, especially the one of always giving back, building community relationships, and taking care of those that have a need. Now, El Chavo's signature drink was a glass of milk, which is, one of the main purposes that we are here today. I was approached few weeks ago or a couple of months ago by the California Milk Processor Board. So I'm happy to have here Steve representing the California Milk Processor Board. They are the creators of this iconic Got Milk. I'm sure you guys have heard of that campaign. And its Spanish language counterpart has been launched as Toma Leche, and I have learned that they've teamed up with Grupo Chespirito by using this iconic El Chavo to highlight the benefits of milk. So we know that there are a multitude of health benefits of it. Milk contains calcium, which helps build strong bones, protein, which serves a good source of energy, and potassium, which helps maintain a healthy blood pressure. So lots of health benefits, and it's great to see a counterpart, the recognition that here in the United States and in California, we have a big Latino community that also could benefit of this great message. And so the statewide campaign includes celebrations in Los Angeles, now here in Fresno. I know that Sacramento, San Jose, Bakersfield, and San Diego will be happening also throughout the month of September. At many retail locations here in Fresno, this will be happening as well. They have brought to life this iconic, which is La Merienda, and it's snack and milk pairings, and that is known within the Latino community. So a key part of this campaign is to proclaim this next month, September 8th, El Chavo de Septiembre, El Chavo Day will be that September 8th. And it will coincide also with, if you guys have heard, the National Celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month. So it's an exciting time to be able to celebrate, bring part of our culture into this celebration. Again, we joined Los Angeles, just they did it last year, and so we're happy to be a city also following in their footsteps and issuing a proclamation this year. We will see these again in other cities in the coming weeks, like Sacramento. Before actually doing a special presentation and doing the reading of the proclamation, which we do as part of these presentations, I'd actually like to have Steve say a couple words, and then we'll go ahead and have a special presentation as well.
Thank you.
That we have.
Thank you, Vice President Soria, and I bring greetings on behalf of all of the milk processors in the great state of California, especially your hometown dairy, Producers Dairy, and the Shahadi family. We created the Got Milk and Toma Leche campaigns, and what we're here today to do is to acknowledge the cultural importance of El Chavo in the Hispanic community, and to honor that bond that he formed with all of us, and how he represents milk, goodness, nutrition, family, love, and relationships. As part of the celebration, the Milk Processor Board has teamed up with the Boys and Girls Club of Fresno County, and we're happy to award a $3,000 check to them to support their academic, leadership, and recreational programs for underserved youth. In addition, we continue to honor El Chavo's legacy by hosting citywide celebrations throughout the month of September at many retail locations where we've brought to life the iconic La Merienda, that great opportunity after school, the after-school snack, where it's not only good nutrition, pairing milk with some kind of snack, but it's also a great bonding experience. I have 3 young kids, and I know snack was my 12-year-old's first word. No, after mom and dad, snack was her first word. So now that children are back in school, we want to emphasize not only milk's many benefits when it comes to leading a healthy lifestyle, but also the importance for children of spending quality time with friends and family. So this La Merienda is a very popular Latin tradition to relax, have a beverage and a snack, and we're going to be resurrecting that tradition here in the great state of California. So thanks again to Council Vice President Soria and Councilman Luis Chavez for making this important recognition in the city of Fresno.
So as Steve mentioned, we did invite Diane up. She is the executive director of the Boys and Girls Club, doing phenomenal work here in Fresno County. And we're very proud to be able to give a special presentation and a special contribution to this great nonprofit. We want to thank the California Milk Processing Board for all their work, for their commitment to giving back to the community, and for making investments here in Fresno, because we know the type of impact that the Boys and Girls Clubs they do every day throughout the city. I know that I have you guys at Inspiration Park, and you guys have done an excellent job during the last couple years there. So thank you for the work. We want to thank your team also for providing the breakfast this morning. I know that there was a number of staff and people from the community that came out to enjoy. So if there's anything out there, we invite you guys to come out, take pictures with El Chavo that is out there, and enjoy today. And again, let's resurrect La Merienda. Let's think about the benefits of drinking milk, of tomando leche here in our community, in particular with our Latino community. But before that, I will pass it on to you, Diane, so you can say a few words.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to the California Milk Processors Board. We had a great event in June over at our East Fresno Club, and we're able to have a lot of youth participate and understand the value of milk, and just nutritious cooking in general. So, and this was a nice surprise. I got the phone call that they were going to donate $3,000. So every little bit helps, and this is great for our East Fresno Club and for all of our general operations. So we really appreciate it, and thank you again, Steve and Esmeralda and Luis.
My pleasure.
All right.
Again, thank you, everyone. And again, I like the efforts, and I'm very encouraged about this campaign. And let's resurrect La Merienda, and hay que tomar leche.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I will be reading the proclamation for the record. So whereas generations of immigrants in the city of Fresno and Latin America grew up watching El Chavo del Ocho on television as children, and whereas El Chavo del Ocho, often shortened as El Chavo, is a Mexican television sitcom that gained enormous popularity in Hispanic America, as well as Brazil, Spain, the United States, and other countries. And whereas El Chavo centers on adventures and tribulations of the title character, a poor orphan nicknamed El Chavo, which means the lad, played by the show's creator, Roberto Gomez Bolaños, Chespirito, and other inhabitants of the fictional low-income housing complex, or as called in Mexico, La Vecindad. And whereas El Chavo first appeared in 1971 as a sketch in the Chespirito show, produced by Television Independiente de Mexico in 1973, following the merger of TIM and Telesistema Mexicano, it was transmitted by Televisa and became a weekly half-hour series until 1980. After that year, shorts continued to be shown in Chespirito until 1992, and at its peak, its popularity during the mid-1970s, it was the most watched show in Mexican television and had a Latin American audience of 350 million viewers per episode. Per episode, guys. And whereas the California Processor Board, creator of the Got Milk and Toma Leche, acknowledges the cultural significance of El Chavo and would like to give back to the community as an honor to his legacy and for his many loyal fans in Fresno, many of which recognize milk's many benefits in leading a healthy lifestyle. Toma Leche is dedicated in sharing milk's nutritional qualities for adults and children, highlighting the 9 essential vitamins and nutrients and 8 grams of protein per serving that the beverage contains. And whereas a statewide celebration of this iconic figure will include retail samplings that promote La Merienda, a Hispanic tradition where families get together to enjoy an afternoon, and whereas El Chavo del Ocho is an iconic figure in the Latino community, as the character's cross-generational appeal has been drawn audiences for decades. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council does hereby proclaim September 8, 2017, El Chavo del Ocho Day in the City of Fresno. Thank you again for coming here. And
Great.
Yeah, this is absolutely, yeah. Well, congratulations, folks. Those are interesting, fantastic statistics, and I can't have cookies without milk, so especially chocolate chip or Oreos, right? Yeah, or peanut butter and jelly sandwiches from the mayor. So this is a proclamation for Hunger Action Month in the city of Fresno. So good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right. Yeah, we're alive. We're well. So it's an honor for me to be joined by Mayor Brand and Andy and your team. Would y'all come up here? It takes a team, right? Yeah, absolutely. Good to see you again. All right. So we'd like to start this presentation with a short clip, a short video clip, and join us for watching the screen above us here.
Well, I'm a mother, I am a wife, I am an insurance agent, and I'm also a children's book author. So I do have a lot going on in my life, and I'm very, very thankful for all of it. I never thought that I would be here. I never thought that I would have an opportunity to be successful, honestly, and I'm very grateful that I am. My mom was an immigrant, and my father was a veteran, so he met her in Spain, brought her back over to the United States, probably to have a better life. So when they came back, they had nothing, you know. nothing to their name, just the bags that they had. So we were homeless, pretty much. We lived in vans, we lived in cars, we lived in buses. I do have a lot of memories of my mother giving us food and just eating bread. And, you know, in my mind, I was like, well, maybe she just likes bread. Maybe she doesn't want to eat. But when I look back, I think, well, maybe there wasn't enough food for everyone, and she just wanted to feed the family. And she was the last one always to eat, always, you know, whether it was cleaning the kitchen or getting things done, she was always the last one to eat. So whatever's left is what she ate. And I just figured that's how she liked it. She just wasn't a big eater. So I do have those memories. And as I got older, I started realizing that, well, especially after I became a mom, I started realizing that that probably wasn't the case. You know, she probably did want to eat more. There was just no food to eat. But, you know, we did go to the community food banks. You know, we would stand in line for hours just to get 1 bag of food, 2 bags of food from a church or from a school, wherever it was at. I always remember standing in line as a child, getting that food, and it did help. It helped a lot. I'm very fortunate that our company helps a lot of organizations. And I distinctly remember when Community Food Bank came up, we were in a meeting, and, you know, they asked us all to come in who wanted to help. And they started talking about it, and right then and there it clicked. I knew that was the organization that I wanted to help. I mean, I've helped other ones, but that was the one that I wanted to personally handle. So I let them know that I wanted to handle it, because I remember being that child that, you know, maybe didn't have anything for Christmas or didn't have the food that they needed. I remember it. I want to be able to help somebody else. It's not fair for anybody to have to go through it. Normal people who are trying to make it. I think and it's hard, but you have to try to put yourself in other people's shoes and experiences and realize that you're not just helping maybe a parent, you're helping the child, you're helping the whole family, you know, and everybody goes through struggles. Everybody goes through struggles. And whether your struggle is this big or this little, you go through a struggle, and you just have to relate to that. You got to know that these people, they need your help. Not everyone is lazy, not everyone doesn't want to get a job. You know, some people just need help.
Wow, what a moving video that was. Incredible. I think Lee's grandparents were immigrants. My grandparents were immigrants from Italy, and those are great stories. And that's a great story, really, because look where she is today. And she's here today because of the food bank and the generosity of all of you out there in the audience and the entire city of Fresno. So this is the kind of thing we want to give to. This is the kind of thing we want to participate in. So today we're going to kick off the Hunger Action Month that starts September 1st. The food bank will host numerous events for the entire month. It'll focus attention on the efforts to end hunger at the local level, which we just saw, as well as raise public awareness of hunger in general. So I understand if anyone donates through your website, which I'll let you recite, every $10 donated, Guard Italian Company will add a $5 check on top of that. So if you donate $50, you will get $25 more from them, so it's a $75 donation. So that's very generous of them. They've been very supportive of our community as well. So, Mayor, you're up.
Thank you. California is a state of boundless resources. It's also a state of extremes, extreme wealth in certain parts of the state and extreme poverty in places like Fresno and the Valley. And in Fresno, 1 in 4 people live in poverty. And getting a meal every day or 3 meals a day is not a given for a lot of people. And our partner, Fresno Community Food Bank, with our former city manager, Andy Souza, delivers millions of pounds of food every day to the needy people in Fresno. So I'm proud to be here as a co-sponsor on this resolution. Thank you.
Andy, a few words?
Well, first of all, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Mayor, for this presentation. As the Mayor mentioned, 1 in 4 adults are struggling, but more importantly in our valley, 1 in 3 children are at risk of what you just saw today, waking up hungry, watching their parents skip meals so they can have food on their plate. It truly is a hidden epidemic here in our valley, and it's one that every day we get the opportunity and the chance to make a difference in. As Paul mentioned, we are in the middle of a Guard Italian match. It is a very significant fundraiser for us. Last year it combined for about $230,000, and we have the green light from Garth Tatilian to go as far as we can. I would personally like to double that, but my staff has reined me back into keeping it closer to $250,000. But so please, if you go to our website, www.communityfoodbank.net, and donate online, that will be matched, as was said, 50-cent match for every dollar, $50 for every 100, 500 for every 1,000. So whatever your heart is calling you to, please join us in this fight, because it really does make a difference. Every family that's struggling, knowing that there's a chance to have food on the table, knowing that children who otherwise are going to be going to school hungry are going to go to school ready to learn. And that's how we can impact the next generation and the generation after that. So thank you very much for that.
Introduce your team.
Oh, sure. Sorry. We've got Denise Acanto to my left, Kim Dildine. We have Renee Nuanes, Patricia Cook, who just joined us, Alicia Linares, and we have Robin Allen Maddox and Allison Tolliday. How could I say Allison Tolliday in the back? So.
Fantastic team, and thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. So, to add to your comments, District 4 is proud to have Fresno State as the crown jewel of my district. And one third of the students go to bed hungry at night. 1/3. It's a shocking number for me. And this all is part and parcel of this effort to make Fresno a better place and take care of the people that need to be taken care of. So with that, can we read the proclamation?
Whereas hunger and poverty are issues of grave concern in the state of California and the city of Fresno, and together we are committed to taking steps to raise awareness about the need to combat hunger in Central California. And whereas 29 million adults and 13 million children in the United States struggle with hunger on a daily basis, and this issue affects people from all walks of life. And whereas the City of Fresno is committed to working with the Community Food Bank and educating people about the role and importance of food banks in addressing hunger and raising awareness of the need to devote more resources and attention to hunger issues. And whereas raising awareness of mass hunger has directly resulted in the ability of the Community Food Bank to provide food to more than 200 agencies in Fresno, Madera, Kings, Kern, and Tulare counties. And whereas the members of the Community Food Bank distributed more than 40 million pounds of food in 2016 through its network of food pantries, congregate meals, schools, and other community organizations. And whereas food banks across the country will host numerous events throughout the month of September to bring awareness and attention to encourage involvement in efforts to end hunger in all communities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim the month of September 2017 to be Hunger Action Month in the city of Fresno.
And I would be remiss if I didn't close with, we'll be leaving behind the calendars for Hunger Action Month. There are activities every day of the month to help make a difference. And September 14th, 2 weeks from today, is Hunger Action Day. So if you could come alongside, join us, whatever works for each and every one of you, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
And that Garth Italian match, it's only for 2 weeks. It's not the whole month. So I challenge everybody here, including my members behind me, to make those donations, bring some food down, get involved, and for that first 15 days, we're going to double down. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it, and thanks for all you do.
Our next ceremonial presentation is the presentation of certificates of recognition to the West Fresno Family Resource Center for sponsoring the 15th annual Back to School Health Fair, and this is City Council Member Baines.
All right, well, good morning. It is really with great honor that I'm able to present these certificates of recognition this morning, along with the West Fresno Family Resource Center. I think the best way to introduce this item is to watch the video, and then we can chat a little bit about it. Is that okay? All right.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everyone. Hi, my name is Yolanda Randos, and I'm the director of the West Fresno Family Resource Center. And first of all, I want to thank Councilman Baines for allowing us to come here and to give thanks and appreciation to all of our volunteers and our sponsors. If you get a moment around the room, we had all of our participants actually go around and sign all of our banners. So people like Cargill, AT&T, the Lynx, the California Endowment, OK Produce, I mean, they're all around. So I just wanted to share a little bit of data before we show the video. Again, this was our 15th annual Back to School Health Fair. We had over 2,000 community members in attendance. We had well over 60 volunteers. We distributed about 1,100 backpacks. Cargill donated 2,000 hamburgers. Brigham Broken Neighborhoods provided 700 snow cones. The Community Food Bank, who was just here, actually donated 10,000 pounds of food. We had 4 barbers who conducted over 100 haircuts in a 4-hour period. Kraft Foods donated 3,000 Capri Suns, and we also had 2,000 bottles of waters donated. So it really does take a village, right, to really help our members in our community. And something as simple as a backpack will make a difference in our child's lives. So our goal, again, was we wanted to make sure that our kids were ready. They looked good, they had a fresh haircut, and they had a backpack that was filled with school supplies. So we do have a short video that we want to show, and we'll just take it from there.
It might seem crazy what I'm about to say. Sunshine, she's here, you can take a break. I'm a hot air balloon that could go to space. With the air, like I don't care, baby, by the way. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Here come bad news talking this and that. Well, give me all you got and don't hold it back. Well, I should probably warn you, I'll be just fine. No offense to you, don't waste your time. Here's why. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you know what happiness is to you. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like that's what you want to do. Hey, go. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, bring me down, can't none bring me down. Your love is too high. Bring me down, can't none bring me down. I said, because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Because I'm happy. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth.
The Valley children are ready for the new school year. West Fresno Family Resources, along with sponsors, provided about 1,500 students with new backpacks full of school supplies. It was the 15th annual Back to School Health Fair at Maxey L. Parks Community Center. Kids not only got backpacks, but free haircuts, job readiness information. 35 vendors were on hand providing resources to families.
Really, the goal of this event is that we want our kids ready for school on Monday. We want them to look good with their fresh haircuts. We want to make sure that they at least have a pencil and a piece of paper to write with.
And no one left hungry. Sponsors grilled up 2,000 hamburgers for those who attended.
All right, thank you, Yolanda. And you know, I wanted to allow you all to see the video, and thank you for Yolanda for making a couple words. And I just want to say something really briefly before we honor our volunteers, particularly now with the state of affairs in the country. Right, it's great to see that our community comes together on behalf of our children. And the thing I'd like to point out about this is we've been doing this for 15 years. This is not new. We get better each year. It is a tremendous logistical effort to put this on, but to see so many of our community partners come together on behalf of our children is heartwarming. And I wish that, and I'm glad there was some media coverage, but there should have been a lot more, right? I wish that we took time, instead of just a few minutes in the ceremonial presentation, we should be talking about this for days and weeks at a time. The number of ways in which our community comes together, works together to benefit each other and give of their time. So you all were able to serve a couple thousand kids, and I'm going to tell you something. What's amazing about that is the volunteers didn't know all the kids, right? You all volunteered, you all gave of your time for children you don't even know, just because you wanted to make our community a better place. You all invest tremendous time and effort on behalf of our community year after year, day in and day out. I know what you do, and I appreciate it. And our community appreciates it. So thank you to West Fresno Family Resource Center, along with all of the volunteers. Thank you for serving our community, for serving our children, and for showing this city that we do work together and that we can come together and we are unified. So with that, I know we want to recognize our volunteers, and I'm going to let you do that.
Okay, so we do have quite a few certificates, and we don't want to miss out anyone. So if you were a volunteer, if you can just please stand up, and we just want to recognize you today. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, I just want to especially thank Miss Rosalind here in the pink, and despite her personal health issues, she was out there just a real trooper and volunteering and helping. She's there at the center on Tuesdays and Thursdays helping with the senior program as well. So thank you so much. We really appreciate your time.
And while there are 100 volunteers, it just so happens I wanted to read what our office is going to present to each volunteer, and it just so happens, Rosalind, yours is on top, as luck would have it. But it says, you can come on up since this one is yours, and we'll present it to you here. This is a certificate of recognition. It's presented to Rosalind Warren for your commitment to excellence. On behalf of the City of Fresno, it is our pleasure to recognize you as one of the outstanding volunteers of the 2017 West Fresno Family Resource Center's 15th Annual Back to School Health Fair. Your time and efforts helped make this year's event a great success. Thank you for your role in building the foundation of our children's future on this 31st day of August 2017. So thank you very much. And all of the volunteers will receive a certificate like that. And once again, and I guess they're going to give them outside. And we thank you again. And thank you, Yolanda. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And that concludes ceremonial presentations, and we'll move now to approval of the minutes from August 24th of this year. Council colleagues, do you have any changes to the minutes? Member Chavez, are you still there? Are you still with us, Councilmember Chavez? No, I didn't think so. Okay, then we can vote by, we can have a voice vote.
Motion to approve, Council President.
All right. I'll go ahead and second. And the screen is clear. Is there any opposition to the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. We move now to council member reports and comments. Member Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to congratulate once again Dr. Castro, President Castro, Mary Castro, the Fresno State staff, faculty, and students for a huge achievement. Fresno State was ranked number 25 last year in top colleges by the Washington Monthly Magazine. Well, we've jumped 8 points. We're now number 17 in the nation, making Fresno State one of the top colleges. So our goal now is number 1 is Stanford, number 2 is MIT, but we're closing up on them, and we're going to get them one of these days. But we're going to get there. So congratulations to Fresno State, especially the students who participated in this in such a degree that it really advanced the rankings. So congratulations. And I want to remind everyone that this Saturday, I know there's a Alabama somebody game going on, but the game this Saturday is Fresno State University. It's September 2nd. It's our first game of the season, and it's a sellout. I heard on the radio this morning Derek Carr's number will be retired Saturday, so hope everybody can come out and support our city and support our university and have a great time. So thank you all.
Anyone else? Member Bredefeld.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Sergeant Dewey from the police department and the other folks from the Homeless Task Force. Went on a ride along with them this weekend, and they, as we all know, do a phenomenal job. Took me and HBs around the whole city, frankly, and around the Poverello House, downtown, out in northeast Fresno, through the tower, and really all over. And it was very eye-opening, and they do a phenomenal job. And I think the changes that are going to be made come September are going to be very beneficial to the city and the efforts at helping the homeless and helping with the problem. But I wanted to thank Sergeant Dewey and all the folks with the Homeless Task Force. Thank you.
Else? Okay, that concludes council member reports and comments. We'll go now to the consent calendar. Do any council members have any items they wish to remove from the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, the screen is clear and the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar. Oh, let's go out to the public. Oh, I'll take your motion. I'll second. Go out to the public. Is there anyone here from the public who wishes to address the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. The screen is clear. There is a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Okay, consent calendar passes unanimously. Thank you, City Attorney and staff. Okay, we have some timed items that are coming up in a little bit, but let's go ahead and do general administration. Let's begin with actions related. This is 3A, actions related to purchasing vehicles for development and resource management.
Morning, Council. Jim Shad with the Department of Transportation. This item is recommending that Council approve the award for a purchasing contract to Swanson Farney Ford of Selma, California, for the purchase of 24 F-150 half-ton pickups at the amount of $542,250.45. The trucks will be used by DARM's rental housing and neighborhood revitalization staff. They're going to be lease purchase vehicles. The appropriations for the lease purchase were approved in the FY18 budget. The second part of this item is to approve the option to buy another 40 vehicles at the same unit price of $20,925 through March 30 of 2018. As always, my staff and I are available to answer any questions you might have.
All right. Thank you, Jim. Let's go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment, return to council. Member Brandow.
Hey, Jim, I was just wondering, so these are 20, how many Fords?
24.
24 F-150s?
Yes.
And then what is the use of these trucks?
The DARM, Jennifer may be able to answer this in more detail, but the DARM department is using them for their staff to travel to locations to deal with rental housing issues and neighborhood revitalization issues.
So we need trucks for that?
I believe they're using the trucks to transport various items to those sites, but Jennifer may provide some more information.
So good morning, Councilmember Brandow, Council Jennifer Clark, Development and Resource Management. So yes, as you recall, in the budget, we added staff for our rental housing inspection program. And as part of that, we do have the employees go out and do inspections. In many cases, it is required that we need them to have a ladder in the vehicle, and in that case, we can't use a smaller vehicle. We've really assessed our fleet, and we're trying to determine what is the most cost-effective vehicle for the type of use. So we have a number of sedans that we use for just going out to a site to check, say, parking violations, that kind of thing. So we look at can we use a smaller vehicle, and this is the smallest vehicle that we could use and still transport tools, ladders, and that kind of equipment.
Okay, so our inspectors will occasionally need ladders.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, are the trucks also available for other uses for DARM, or is it specifically?
So we anticipate these trucks to be used almost exclusively by our code enforcement division and our rental housing division, and they will be out in the field doing inspections as much as possible. Really effective, efficient use of time. So we don't want vehicles just sitting and not being utilized. We're not really getting our best use of the dollar when we do that. So we want them out in the field and working.
And then finally, so we're buying these from Ford dealership in Selma, and I'm assuming we probably checked with Lithia in Fresno, or was there just?
Yes, it was competitively bid. Swanson Farney Ford typically does very well on fleet type of sales, and they were the lowest apparent bidder.
All right. Well, my dad worked for Swanson Farney Ford for about 10 years, so thanks. That was the only questions I had.
Don't you have to recuse yourself from this vote, Member
No,
Brandow?
it was about 30 years ago.
Well, if you stand to gain. Member Bredefeld?
Yeah, just, so is this solely for the rental inspection program, the apartment rental inspection program, or is this also going to be used for code enforcement?
So we have a combination of divisions that will be utilizing the vehicle. So our neighborhood revitalization team, which is our very targeted, specific code enforcement, is, I believe, the seven of the vehicles will be going to neighborhood revitalization team, and the remainder will be going to our rental housing division, which will include both the asset unit as well as the reactive and proactive rental housing units.
Thank you.
Yep.
Member Soria?
Just one quick question. So are these vehicles replacing any that we already have in the inventory, or they're all just new vehicles?
I would love to say that we're using these to replace existing vehicles. These are all new vehicles that we'll be adding to our existing fleet. We do have some, and that is what's represented in the potential future purchase. Over the next 6 months, we'll be evaluating the existing vehicles in the fleet. We have vehicles that are well in excess of 150,000 miles, and we're going to be looking to see if it would be more cost-effective to replace some of those as well, but these are all new vehicles.
What's your guys' timeline for the purchase?
I'm not sure how long it takes.
So these are pretty common vehicles for the city, but not so common for the dealership. So there's about a 8 to 10 week lead time to receive the vehicles. So I imagine within 2 months to 3 months we'll have them in service.
And how do we generally select the dealer?
We competitively bid it
Okay.
through our typical purchasing process.
Perfect. I'm going to ask one more just for that. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Great.
Okay, the screen is clear. Was there a motion? Do we have a motion? We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Okay, seeing none, it passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. All right. Takes care of that one. Let's do 3B, authorize a lease purchase agreement between the Fresno Fire Department and Smil Manufacturing. Chief, is this the item that you were talking about? Yeah. Okay.
Good morning, Council. Carrie Donis, Fire Chief. What you have in front of you today is the request that the Fire Department can continue and purchase the 3 engines that were part of the 8-year replacement program for our apparatus through a cooperative purchase agreement with SMEAL. This is a standardizing of our inventory and our apparatus fleet, and we'd like your blessing on that.
I have a feeling that you'll get it today. So let's go out to the public. Are there any members of the public here? Any American LaFrance people out there who want to address this agenda item? Are they still in business? They're no longer in business. Okay. All right, we'll close public comment, return it to council. The screen is clear. Chair, entertain a motion to approve by Member Soria, second by Member Bredefeld. Is there any opposition to this item? As easy as that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay. Let's move on to, because 3C was withdrawn or rescheduled, so let's move to 3D. Approve the third amendment to the professional consultant services, Member Bredefeld, Department of Public Utilities.
Morning, Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This item is a request to approve the third amendment to the consultant agreement with Blair Church and Flynn Engineers in the amount of $940,280 for design of the Southwest Recycled Water Distribution System. The amendment supports a realignment of the recycled water distribution route into the downtown area. Recent analysis of user demand showed that along the master plan route, they were lower than originally anticipated. As a result, an alternate pipeline route was identified to bring recycled water into the downtown area. The new alignment reduces the overall length of pipe by approximately 10,000 feet and provides an estimated net savings to the Southwest Recycled Water Program of approximately $1.5 million. The third amendment also incorporates a chlorine injection facility at the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility, additional environmental assessment for the revised pipeline route, and a potable water main to support the conversion of the Mountain View Cemetery to the recycled water system and abandonment of groundwater wells. Approval of the third amendment will increase the total value of the design contract to $5,080,060. Funding for the third amendment is provided by a combination of sewer enterprise, water enterprise, and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund low interest loan. Thank you. I'll be available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll return it to council. The screen is clear. The chair will entertain a motion to approve. We have a motion and a second. The screen is still clear. Is there any opposition to approving this item? Okay. Item 3E. This is actions pertaining to recycled water transmission main, Council District 3. And this is also Department of Public Utilities.
Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This item is a recommendation to adopt environmental findings and award a construction contract in the amount of $7,682,290 to Bill Nelson General Engineering of Fresno for the recycled water distribution system segment SW1C2. Pipeline segment will expand the recycled water distribution system in Hughes, south of Belmont to Whitesbridge Avenue, east in Whitesbridge Avenue to Trinity Street, and south in Trinity to Stanislaus Street. Completion of this segment will facilitate the future expansion of the Southwest recycled water system into the downtown area. Bill Nelson was determined to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Price is below the engineer's estimate of $8.9 million, and funding is provided by a Clean Water State Revolving Fund low interest loan. Thank you. Be available for any questions.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? Please come forward. Okay, seeing no one, we'll bring it back to council. The screen is clear. We have a motion by Member Baines and a second. Is there any opposition to approving this item? All right. Thank you, council. Item 3F, this is also Department of Public Utilities, the Water Smart Grant application. One of them got withdrawn.
Morning, council members, council president. I'm Kevin Norgard of the Department of Public Utilities. The item before you is seeking approval of a resolution which will authorize the Director of Public Utilities to apply for a federal Title 16 water recycling project grant offered under the WIN Act. The project on the grant application is the proposed airport satellite water reclamation facility and distribution system. That facility will be located on airport property that's leased to the Department of Public Utilities. The project will provide recycled water for potable water offsets on the east side of the city. Water will be used for landscape irrigation, groundwater recharge, and agricultural irrigation. This grant is a matching grant and may provide 25% of the city's costs that will be expended between now and September of 2019. Our costs are expected to be about $10.2 million. Therefore, the grant could provide as much as a little over $2.5 million. If the resolution is not approved, the staff will rescind the application, which was submitted on August 17th and is pending this approval. I'll be available for questions.
Any members of the public who wish to address this item, please step forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and return to council. And the screen is clear.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion and a second. Is there anyone? Is there any opposition to this item? Okay, seeing none, passes unanimously. We move now also DPU item 3G, sewer rehabilitation and reconstruction in Council District 3. Hello.
Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This item includes a recommendation to adopt the 18th Amendment to the Annual Appropriation Resolution number 2017-165, an environmental finding, a categorical exemption, and an award of a construction contract in the amount of $7,398,497 to Mountain Cascade Incorporated. The project will rehabilitate and reconstruct the sewer mains located at the Highway 180 and Glen Avenue through the downtown area in N Street, Tuolumne Street, Van Ness Avenue, Merced Street, and Thorne Avenue. The project was identified in the adopted sewer system master plan. Sewer mains in the project were originally constructed in about 1917 and 1918 and were found to be in poor condition, requiring replacement of the structurally deficient segments. Mount Cascade was found to be the lowest responsive and responsible bidder with a bid price within 3% of the engineer's estimate. With adoption of the amendment to the annual appropriations resolution, funding will be provided from the Sewer Enterprise Fund. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go out to the public. Anyone from the public wish to address this agenda item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment, return to council. The screen is clear. We have a motion to approve and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council. Move to item 3H. This should be your last one, right? Public Works. This is a change order number 65.
Good morning, Council President, members of the council. My name is Randall Morrison with our Assistant Director of Public Works. The item you have before you is for the Fulton Street Reconstruction Project construction contract. Staff recommends council approval of contract change order number 65 for the Fulton Street Reconstruction Project. This change order is related to the public utility portion of the contract for the reconstruction of sewer and water mains in Merced Street, Tuolumne Street, and Tulare Street. This change order will increase the contract amount by $399,199 and increase the contract time by 45 additional contract days. This change order includes many items related to the Merced sewer work for which we encountered challenges with unforeseen utilities and structures. These challenges have been mitigated through additional investigation and redesigns. The larger items of this change order include additional bore and casing footage, additional manholes, additional demolition and resurfacing, and extended bypass pumping. The construction contract amount with addition of this contract change order is still within the approved project budget, which included budgeted contingencies for unforeseen items. This item was presented to the Capital Oversight Board on August 28, and they recommended council approval. Thank you, and I'll be available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Let's go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this item? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment, return to council. The screen is clear. We'll entertain a motion to approve. We have a motion and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Okay. And that takes us through the end of general administration. The City Council 4A, the Prop 64 consultant, I'm going to go ahead and call that before we hear the 1020 item or right after, just depending on what time looks like. I think it would be important since the mayor is going to plans to be out here to weigh in on cannabis issues, so he's going to be out here for that. We could go into closed session. City Attorney, are we prepared to move into closed session at this time?
The closed session is labor, so it's up to the administration.
Is it going to take you a few minutes to get people together? Let's go ahead and do that then. Because we of course, we all have to come back for the evening item. And we could do unscheduled right now. That's a good idea, former president. Let's call unscheduled communication. Is there anyone here who wishes to address the City Council on any item that is not contained on the agenda? Please come forward. Okay, we'll go ahead and close unscheduled communication at this time. We do have scheduled communication at 10:35, so we'll go ahead and hear that at that time. So at this time, Madam City Manager, if you want to round up the troops and we can all go into closed session. Let's say at 9:45. We'll hear closed session and then we'll come out and really have some fun. Thank you, Council. Member Baines. We're going to go ahead and... You can't remain in the gallery, Member Baines. Bailiff. I'm going to run this place like Judge Judy. Okay. This is an item that I'm going to take out of order. Well, shoot, we have that workshop. Let's go ahead and do mine right now. This is a City Council item. This is item 4A, Approved Proposition 64, Best Practices Consulting. Reason why I have drafted this item, it's a very simple... let me find it really quick, just so that I have my ducks in a row.
Clint, did you want to wait till, I don't know, is Luis on the phone? I don't know if you wanted to wait till he was back on? No, you don't? Okay. You don't want to wait till our council member's on the line?
What's the matter, sweating over there? Sweating a little bit?
I mean, don't we want to have all of our council colleagues weigh in on this?
Nope.
We don't.
Basically, I want to begin by thanking the mayor for being out here and thanking him for his interest in what the city's accomplishing and what the city is trying to do. The reason why I put this item on, and basically it's very broad, and the reason why it's very broad is I believe that this city is flying blind in terms of cannabis policy and responsible, creative, intelligent cannabis policy. By that I mean we have a fantastic city staff. We have a fantastic city attorney. These are professional people, educated people, and they've been around and they understand, they know a thing or two about a thing or two. And, but they're not experts when it comes to cannabis policy in the city of Fresno. And by that I mean when they're drafting text amendments, when they're searching for answers in other municipalities and other cities and other counties, when they're looking for best practices, I mean, they've got a lot of stuff that they're working on. That includes the people in our planning and development department. That includes the people in the city attorney's office. One of the things that I'm particularly interested in are market trends. What are other cities doing? And this goes beyond just, I'll find out what other cities are doing, give them a phone call and ask them. Market trends in terms of, well, you know, we've got a county that's charging $13 a square foot and allowing cannabis cultivation. Well, maybe $13 a square foot in fee is a little bit more than the market can bear. So maybe that needs to come down a bit. These are the kinds of things that a consultant can help professional city staff with. Before we were writing text amendments to ban things, before we're writing text amendments to allow things, I think it's very important that as a body, we understand what we're voting on and that we understand the things that we're approving or the things that we're prohibiting. And also we're allowing city staff to have someone that they can turn to answer these complicated questions. What about, now I have heard that if this city allows, if our city allows medical marijuana dispensaries, that it's important to allow cultivation. So that way the city can regulate the safe distribution of the safe growing and distribution of cannabis product to market. Well, if there's a city that opened dispensaries and didn't allow cultivation, then I want to know what's working and what's not working for them. And so that's something that a professional consultant can do. Well, there are bad consultants, I've heard, is one of the objections. We can't hire a consultant that's a bad consultant. Well, so we won't. So professional city staff will issue a request for qualifications and a request for proposal, and we'll hire the best consultant out there. And we're going to know what they're doing in Lodi and what they're doing in Arvin and what they're doing in Santa Ana. We're going to know those things, but we're also going to know what the market is doing. And we're going to have a better picture than we can do alone and in-house. I wanted to bring up, the agenda, or the item says up to $100,000. Let's go ahead and strike that. Let's just go ahead and forget that. Because if they hire somebody for under 50, they don't have to come to us. And if they hire somebody for over 50, they have to come to us anyway. So we can have a broader discussion at that time. I also, at the advice of our mayor, would like to put on there a steering committee for the issuing of the RFQ that would consist of the mayor and up to 3 members of this city council that would be on the committee that would actually help the administration choose the right people for this job, that would help the administration set the parameters and the scope of work for this professional consultant. So it wouldn't just be, it would be done with the input of council members and also the people. So I think that by taking away the dollar amount, I understand that council members in these lean times have objections about that dollar amount. I think that taking that away will alleviate a little bit of pressure on them. And I think that by adding a committee of council members would also be a benefit to getting input. And Mayor, I'm gonna call on you to offer some good words in just a second, but I wanted to bring Council's attention to these memos that we received in our email inboxes. One of them from the fire department. This one's dated August 30th, and the other one is also dated August 30th. I received this morning. Came from Chief Dyer, came from Chief Donis, through our city manager. And, you know, these memos illustrate to us why we need a consultant, why we need a professional that can guide this organization. We're an organization with $1 billion budget, with 3,400 employees. We're not a small place. We're not a small town. We represent a huge variety of people, a diverse population in the city of Fresno. And we owe it, being one of the major cities of this country, we owe it to the people we represent to do the best we can on their behalf and deliver legislation that is very well thought out, not just well-intentioned, but very well thought out and intelligent. We want to get this right out of the gate. We don't want to move forward without a consultant and try and fail and foster black markets and foster corruption. We want to get this thing right out of the gate because we are Fresno. On these memos, the first one I'm going to review for you, and then the first one I'm going to review is from Chief Donis. The issue of fires. We were told that if we opposed a cultivation ban, that we were voting for fires. We were told that we were voting to put people's lives in danger, and that it was an irresponsible vote, and we'd have a conflagration in our city if we voted for this. This is from our fire chief. Uses the word confusion and questions related to the council agenda item and ordinance related to growing 6 marijuana plants in the city of Fresno. The question, since the legalization of marijuana, have there been any fires that have resulted from a marijuana grow? We've received 9 calls from August 1st of 2016 until today. 9. Our fire department receives tens of thousands of calls that come in, and they roll on thousands of calls for service every year. They got 9. The most recent fire, August 23rd, 45 marijuana plants found at a house fire, was determined to have started in the electrical wiring. That's what we want to prevent. That's what we're afraid of. It says the occupant had been stealing power from the panel, and a nail had been driven through the electrical wires in the wall. Stealing power, broke a law, drove a nail, incredibly stupid. This person did not read our municipal code before they stole power and drove nails through electrical wires. This person was a dumb person, and it was a criminal to begin with. This person, when they get out of jail or pay their fine or whatever, they're probably going to steal power again for whatever use, whether they're growing marijuana or lighting up Christmas trees. Okay? There's nothing this body can do to prevent that, and there's been 9 calls, okay, on the issue of 1,200 watts. The proposed ordinance indicates a limit of 1,200 watts of grow lamps for indoor growing. However, in our experience in response to emergency call, wattage is not a factor. In fact, more often than not, it's the use of those extension cords on the circuit which caused the fire. Specifically, a person using a 15-amp extension cord plugged into a 20-amp circuit would overheat the extension cord and ignite combustible materials before tripping the breaker. Then there's something here about newer homes and the breakers at the outlets. Point being, an arbitrary 1,200-watt limit is unenforceable. The chief of fire uses the word unenforceable either before or after the fact, and therefore irrelevant. Additionally, research indicates new LED grow lights can produce substantially more light for much less energy wattage. Pro tip. For the same reason that limiting residents to growing 6 plants won't stop those individuals who wish to grow more to profit from the black market, a 1,200-watt ordinance limit won't have an impact. Yet this is what we're being asked to vote upon. There is legislation before this body that flies in the face of all logic that's based on panic and one guy's opinion. And we are being asked to ratify this, not cultivation today, something else today, but we are being asked to ratify this without using our brains and out of the simple fact that one man is afraid. And so a consultant would have helped us with this and would have drafted a better piece of legislation for the people of the city of Fresno instead of what we got right now. The other item is from Chief Dyer. 2017, 27 marijuana-related calls, 1 dispensary. Oh, I didn't time that, but we're looking at your memo right now. 3 marijuana dispensary investigations, 11 marijuana grow investigations, and then there's a chart talking about those 15 marijuana calls. All right, this house is growing marijuana in the backyard. They have a second gate inside the backyard with tarps around it. They have guard dogs roaming. Hey, we can handle that. And we go out on those kinds of things and we fix them. But in a city of 525,000 people, 27 calls? They get tens of thousands of calls, 27 calls. So this isn't Al Capone days. This isn't people, it's not that pressing that we have to prohibit marijuana today. And so this dovetails into my item because we need a consultant. We're going to vote on fiction. The Watt thing was pulled out of the air, was clipped and pasted from another city. The fear of fires is there's no basis in any fact, says internal paperwork. And so before we vote on these things, council colleague, before we vote on these things, all I'm saying is that we owe it to the people of the city of Fresno, to the people we represent. We owe it to them to take a more critical look, a more intelligent look before we go off voting to ban things and voting on what's before us as city leaders. What's before us is fiction. And we're being asked to approve that today. That's a different item, but it's the same item. So it's completely related. So what I'm asking for, before I turn it over to our mayor, is I'm asking for a vote yes today to bring in professionals that can help us so that what we're bringing forward isn't a complete joke and does right by the city of Fresno. So, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you, and I appreciate your interest in my agenda item and your support. Thank you.
Okay. I said, how do I follow that? So, in my office, spent a lot of time with John Ellis in particular on this issue, and the only thing that was consistent was the inconsistencies. So, Clint and I are going to disagree on the ban, but that's not what we're talking about. He's asking for a consultant, and I think we're going into uncharted territory. There's a lot of issues out there, and it's not a question of whether you're for or against the ban. And this is on recreational, not medical, but I think we need to examine a lot of areas that, we simply don't have answers for. And I just wrote down a few items that I thought I would look at, like what does it cost to enforce a recreational ban, including police, fire, code enforcement, city attorney. On code enforcement, how do you monitor and regulate cultivation limits of 6 plants? Do you require a permit? If you do, will anybody respond to it? What is the impact of the black market and gang activity? Will we need to develop metrics to measure success or failure? If we do authorize medical marijuana dispensaries, how many do we put out there? What locations do they go? What's the impact on land use issues? What is the cost to regulate? If we do authorize medical marijuana, what is the cost to regulate? And can the city at least recover its cost? With police and fire staff resources tied up, either enforcing or a ban or regulating a authorized dispensary in medical marijuana, what is the impact on our ability to do the main mission of law enforcement, which is gangs and crime and serious crime out there? And do we shut down, if we the illegal dispensaries? What's the cost of that? Do we need to review manufacturing facilities for medical marijuana and related land use issues, employment issues? And this will be a time-sensitive item. I'm not advocating, or I'm just putting issues out there, because this is a huge issue across the entire state of California with billions of dollars being spent, and this is a business one way or the other, so we need to at least take a look and see what the implications are. And finally, really, do we need to take a regional evaluation? Because I know Fresno County is probably going to ban. I think Hanford's going to have a plant. Most of the cities, I think, are banning, but at least take a regional look at that. And what I don't believe we'll need $100,000. I don't think it should exceed $50,000. And if it's under $50,000, I have the authority to do that. So I'd like to request that the city manager do an RFQ on a consultant, and that I would appoint a 3-member council subcommittee to review what they come up with and report back to the council within 60 to 90 days, because I think we're coming back sometime later in the year on the medical anyway. So this is not just recreation, this is both issues, medical as well as recreational. And these are just items that there may be answers for. I'm sure there's more things out there, but I think it's complex enough that I do believe we should get a consultant, and I think we can do it based on RFQ and probably under $50,000.
Thank you, Mayor. I will remove the dollar amount, and so if you hire someone for under 50, that's your power. And
Well, if it comes over 50, I've got to come back anyway. So.
And then if it's over 50, it has to return to council anyway. So with that,
Council President, then
yes.
do we need to even consider it since it's within the jurisdiction of the mayor? He doesn't need authorization from the council, so it's kind of a moot point right now, isn't it?
No, I disagree, Member Capriolio. I think that it's important that the council weigh in the current climate that we're in. I think that it's important that we weigh in, and we also have an opportunity with the addition of the committee that we can control the direction that the RFQ goes.
And we're not going to have any ability to stop the mayor or the mayor's already indicated he's going to spend the money to do it. So I don't understand why we're weighing in on something that we don't know the results until the mayor comes back, and then we have the opportunity to discuss it with facts and figures and information. So I don't know, it seems like we'd be doing a lot of speculation this morning. Just food for thought.
Okay. I see how this is going. So thank you, Member Capriolio. What we'll do then at this time is go out to the public. Ladies and gentlemen, what I did was I went ahead and called my item before the scheduled 1020 item on the recreational marijuana. So this is not the 1020 item. This is another item that basically has a floating start time. And so you're welcome to address this as well. So what we'll do is hear the 1020 item kind of next, unless DPU wants to, is the workshop necessary? Can the workshop be done in a couple of weeks? Or maybe if we float it until after, because we've got two marijuana-related items now back to back.
Council President, I wonder how long the workshop would be. Maybe it's 10 minutes.
Good question. How long's the workshop?
The state of California is going to ask this board if they want to participate in the Twin Tunnels in September. So we'd like to get this in front of you in advance of the state asking you if you're in or out on the Cal Water Fix. We just submitted an application for the Temperance Flat. A lot of emotion, passion built around that. Tomorrow there's a meeting to get that process started. So we'd want to kind of keep you guys advised of where that is and what's going on, because it's going to be a lot of buzz. It's going to be a lot of buzz. We don't want you to get caught not understanding where we are on those two processes.
Will the process today take 10 minutes, more or less, or?
It's probably going to be more like 20 minutes.
We can wait until after
Perhaps.
the marijuana stuff?
Yeah, let's go ahead and just wait then, until after.
Because I want to hear this workshop today.
Yeah, so we have a meeting with the county today at 12 to talk about Temperance Flat, and we got a meeting with the Bureau of Reclamation to talk about Temperance Flat, and so I got to go from here to those two meetings about these specific items. So the timing is such that we're going to brief you, talk with the county about it, talk with the Bureau about it at 12 and 12:30. So I think if we can accommodate that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, we sure will.
I appreciate that. Sorry about that.
It may be a while because the item, the item I believe is probably going to solicit a lot of public comment. So, thank you. All right, let's go out to the public. This is on the other item. This is public comment for item 4A, approving the consultant. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to address this item 4A? If not, then what we'll do is we'll bring it back, we'll vote, and then move on to the other items. Okay, please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have. Let's do 2 minutes today, please.
Sure. My name is Ted Miller, Box 24, Carruthers, California. I plan to speak later on the other marijuana-related item. If somebody told me that I would come up here agreeing with the mayor, I would have been surprised. In business school, there's a lot of cliches that you run into, and one of the prominent cliches you run into is that change has no constituency. In November of 2016, there was a quantum shift in the landscape and in the laws in California related to marijuana. Human beings have a tendency to fear change, and it's normal. It's down at the base of our brain. It's a normal human response. I have been involved in this process and have spoken to this city council several times, been thrown out once. But I have observed, I think, changes in some of the attitudes of the people in this room. I've seen good discussions, and so I rise today in support of Council President Olivier's proposal. I think that this makes a lot of sense. Fresno is the largest inland city in California. We're the 5th largest city. We have a population of 500,000 people. I think that there are a lot of places that are further along, some of them smartly, some of them not so smartly perhaps. There's going to be unintended consequences. This is a very fluid situation, and on January 1st of 2018, the starting gun goes off, and we're going to learn things, okay, that we don't know now. I think having a consultant, I think studying this matter, I think, not being the first folks to figure out what they're going to do, but maybe being maybe a few months or 6 months behind is a good idea. So I support Council President Olivier's proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll see you in a second. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Martha Kolstad, 1447 West San Ramon. And I would like to say that I think that you all have very, very competent staff and have meetings all the time with peers from other cities and so on, including our mayor. And I would say as a constituent that I think it would be highly probable that you should be able to get the information you need by cross-referencing with everybody. So I'm not in favor of spending $50,000 or more. I think that it would be a bit of a waste of time because there's so much information out there that you and your staffs can put together yourselves. Thank you.
Please come forward. Mary Esther, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, Mary Esther Korea, 3407 East Iowa. By the way, I'll be here to help some people that want to run for office, and they asked me to be the poster lady for that. And I'm happy to stay. I'm going to be staying here and voting here and getting my constituents and people. But as far as being a high school teacher, there's a lot of students that are on drugs, and even into the elementary, into intermediate and high and beyond. Marijuana is, I could see, controlled for medical reasons, but I'm not going to go there, even though I have asthma and I have a hard time talking, but I'm against it because it's a drug, and one drug leads to another, to another, to another. My son is a paramedic in Stockton, and I went to visit him, and he said that he moved to Stockton to be a medical anyways, and Stockton was the #1 city that was the cleanest, no drugs. And now it's #1 for drugs and crime, and Fresno is the second one. Drugs and crime and all kinds of fires and meth and all that. We can't have any more of that. It's got to be controlled. And I'm not for it in any event, but we need to think of our people, and the Hispanics and the blacks are the ones that are poorest, and they're the ones that are taking the drugs more than anybody else. You've got to have some control, and we have medical marijuana in Hawaii, but it's very controlled, but still people are crashing in there and stealing the medical marijuana, and then they get their friends to get it for them. But that's a bad thing to do. Drugs is bad. It goes from one to another. A lot of meth around here, a lot of fires. You gotta do something about that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
I'm Michael Green, 710 Van Ness, 204. It's interesting when you hear the parade of comments up here. We need more controls, we need more controls. Prop 64 and the law that preceded it in the legislature in 2015. It's all about controls. And the irony is we're fighting tooth and nail against this momentous state law that is designed to bring us new, strict accountability and controls on a substance that is already being sold with wild abandon in the city of Fresno. The proposal for consultant is not to hire some tie-dyed weed consultant, but to go out to probably consulting companies that you already contract with. The Central Coast cities, Monterey County, they brought in HDL, a very respectable firm. CSI is another firm. There are some lobbying firms in Sacramento that don't just do cannabis, but already have pre-existing relationships with cities and counties that are respectable and that can actually do some bottom line fiscal analysis. And I like the idea of the council subcommittee because if you're going to bring it in under 50K, you're going to have to kind of whittle down what you're looking at. And some suggestions for that would be opportunity cost. What's it going to cost if you do ban and you lose the jobs? What would it take to put a tax measure on the ballot? Because that's kind of a chunky monkey, and things like HDL can handle with that. And what's the cost to the city if you go ahead and ban, because you're going to be losing out on grant funds that come from Prop 64 in a couple years. So you're going to be losing out on significant sums of money. And I believe a consultant can help quantify those issues and also kind of keep you on task, because one of the challenges this body is facing, and certainly one of the challenges we're facing up in Lake County where I'm active now, is just confusion. Whether we agree on the law or not, it's a big law. There's a lot of moving pieces. So a consultant can help give you expert advice on select portions of that law and help you decide the next steps. So I support this.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address this item? Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Melissa Fairless. I live at 229 North Timmy and Clovis, and I was a little confused when I walked in here. You're now looking at hiring a consultant, I think is what you guys are looking at. I think every time I come here, you guys keep postponing this marijuana issue. And what I'd like to see, I am an expert. You can consult with me. I've been working with addicts and alcoholics for 20 years. I'm a certified counselor through the state of California. So if you want to consult on that aspect of it, I'm free. If you want to consult in regards to the revenue you think it's going to generate, well, there's some other issues you need to think about. Number one, marijuana is still federally against the law. So are you going to be talking about you're going to have drug money coming into your city? Some of these institutions in regards to these medical marijuana places, they can't put their money in some of the banks because it is federally against the law. So I'm for banning all of it because, again, I do not believe in medical marijuana and I do not believe in recreational use. I see what it does to our community. I do want to refer you again to the article done by the mayor in Visalia. He did his own research. It was dated August the 4th. Unfortunately, my printer wasn't being cooperative this morning, or I would have brought that to you. He cites where there was a raid in L.A., I think it was July the 14th or 17th of this year, by gang members that went ahead and robbed a medical marijuana dispensary. He talks about corruption in Kalinga with the government in regards to some of the I don't remember if it was the Planning Commission, and they also talk about crime is up where there are medical marijuana dispensaries. So I think, again, I don't see us spending more money on this issue. I, again, agree with Martha that said there are other communities around us, Clovis, Visalia, and I believe Sanger, that have gone against it and also have put up limits. So I think you need to, before you spend money on this issue, I think you need to go to other communities and see what they've done and see if they've done the research on their own dime. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else who wishes to address the council, please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Kim Castro. I live at 4491 East Terrace here in the great city of Fresno, and great to see you all. I know we're missing Councilmember Chavez. I'm bummed out about that. Oh, is he up there? Okay, good. So he's listening. Yes, I too thought we were voting on finalizing recreational marijuana dispensaries.
We will be.
After this?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, I am not in favor of spending any extra money on a consultant. I think it's fiscally irresponsible, and you're a fiscally responsible guy, I hear.
Most of the time.
So this is not a responsible decision. Week after week after week, we've been here educating, and that is part of your guy. It's part of your guys' job to get educated. I have more educational material here from the from SAM, smart approaches to marijuana, preventing another big tobacco. The reviews, it's been reviewed by researchers from University of Colorado at Denver, Johns Hopkins University, Harvard Medical School, Children's Hospital of Boston, and University of Kansas. And I have educational material for all of you. So I definitely am not in support of hiring anybody, because we have the material here. It's all free, and that you have a staff to get that, save us money. So I'll make sure you guys get copies of this, and I just urge you to be fiscally responsible. If we do recreational marijuana dispensaries, just sidebar, it's just not a fiscally responsible decision. For every $1 that comes in tax revenue, $10 goes out. Councilmember Paul, I think everybody has that information except Councilmember Olivier from the Columbia study. Every dollar that comes in tax revenue, $10 goes out in societal costs. How is that fiscally responsible? It's not. It's completely irresponsible legislation headed by Gavin Newsom. I just urge you all to jump off the fiscally irresponsible train and legislation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Carol Lapierre. I live up in the foothills. I am 100% disabled Marine Corps service-connected veteran. I have here paperwork from the Veterans Hospital that shows that one of my medications is marijuana. They do not dispense it, but I have it on my paperwork. Marijuana from the Veterans Department, VA hospital. I want to let you know that there are many of us who, if it wasn't for the marijuana, I would have to take many, many other kinds of drugs to take care of what one little marijuana puff will do. I don't think it's fair. I'm a Vietnam veteran, and I think that it should be legalized, and that you should be more appreciative to those of us who have been veterans, and that's why we need it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
I'm Sad P. Defina, and I'm here in support of the consultation, and I would like to enter William McPike's name for consideration on it. Yes, the objectivity is flying around the mountain faster than the rough fire. Just the idea you're actually going to be objective. And I'm sure you already know who William is. He wrote a referendum on regulation like wine in 2012 for the ballot. He was the first court-appointed instructor on marijuana law.
Thank
and
you.
he can give you objectivity. and he knows.
Thank you for your
Thank you
comments.
very much.
I appreciate it. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Leslie Eller, and I'm here representing California Normal, and I live in Fresno, California. I do agree with the mayor, and I do agree that we do need to get the conversation going and getting consultants in, and it's about time to start educating each and every one of you, on the benefits of cannabis. I've been holding monthly meetings here in Fresno, and I've been working with patients for 8 years here in Fresno. We have quite a bit of patients that use cannabis, and they're elderly, and they're all your constituents. So you, Gary Bradfield, there's a lot of people in River Park. I'm gonna let you know what use medical cannabis, and you're the one who's against it the most. And you're a doctor. Where's your education? And California Normal is here to offer help. We'll offer subcommittees. We will come into Fresno from Oakland, and free of charge. And you can. Bud Green was very informative about saying you can use grant money. Medical cannabis or cannabis is here, people. It's like the high-speed rail, whether you agree with it or not, it's here. So let's get on board with it. Fresno's the only one who is not on board. You know, there's other little city towns. And of course, you're going to have your amount of crimes. What about the liquor stores, what you want to open in Fig Garden? And you adjusted the time on those because you knew that alcohol is not a good thing. The county even, I believe, commissioner or planning department told you you have too many liquor stores in Fig Garden. And you overrode it. Why? You know there's an addiction problem with alcohol, but no one addresses that. It's the cannabis people. And then the people will come up here and stick up and try to talk for their rights. You guys have code enforcement going out knocking on their doors. So do I expect them today or tomorrow? Please let me know. But this has to be an open dialogue. Let's get professionals in here. Please do. I've tried to make appointments with you guys to meet with your council members, and no one calls back. I guess I don't take you out to lunch. I don't know. But I'm here, and I hold monthly meetings. I'd love for you guys to show up, and we have them at the county library, too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Sister Freya, and my legal name is Desiree Calderon, 3144 G Street, and we are in support of the
This is the hiring the consultant.
Yeah, the consultant. Thank you. I couldn't think of the word. I am from Sisters of the Valley, and I have had the honor of meeting with men, women, and children that have been healed by this intelligent plant. One thing I always hear from non-believers is, what about the kids? Let me tell you about the kids. They get healed, from seizures to migraines to cancer. I met a 4-year-old boy who had been healed by the cannabis plant, and he had leukemia. His medicated required dose had THC in it. He continues to suffer to this day with horrible back pain due to the 22 spinal taps that were done by doctors of Western medicine that tried to heal him. We receive calls on a regular basis of how this plant has healed cancers of all types. We got a call from a woman with stage 4 cervical cancer. Doctors told her there was nothing they could do. Well, cannabis did it. God forbid anyone in this room gets sick and doctors tell you there is nothing they can do. I invite you to visit the sisters. We will do what we do best. Help people heal themselves with plant-based medicine.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on the agenda item regarding the consultant? Please come forward. It's your name and address for the record, please. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello. My name is Jason Krause. I live on 1314 North Roosevelt Avenue in Tower District. I am a homeowner. I pay property taxes. There's enough ignorance sitting in this room. Hire the consultant, please. That's all.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to address this agenda item, please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, please, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Susan Juvet, and I live at 1453 North Wilson. I just want to thank you very much for putting that before the board today, and I'm really excited that you're getting a consultant. We really need somebody who can come in and kind of sort this out and we've got to come together as a city. It's a good revenue stream for a city that needs the money, but it also will help the patients that really need access to medicine. So I really appreciate and applaud your efforts today, and for those of you who have helped, Ms. Soria and Mr. Baines too, I appreciate you very much. And I really appreciate that the mayor's open today, so thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else? Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Robert Huggins. I represent 4,000 veterans. I just want to say something about earlier you were saying about the fire thing. If you were talking about grows that were indoors. Those were all electrical fires and stuff from indoor grows. If you let people grow 6 plants outdoors, you got the sun. Is that going to cause a fire? No. Simple. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address this agenda item? Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have, is this the agenda item you wish to speak to? The consultant or the ban on recreational? Okay. Well, we're talking about hiring a consultant right now to help the city, but the next item is on the prohibition of anyone else. Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, please, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Yeah, I advocate for him. Hi, I'm Marcus Martinez, and this is my godfather, Alfonso Martinez. We live at 1021 North Adeline in the Tower District. I come today to just advocate for my godfather about the getting the consult, and we're all for it. I think we all need to be more educated more, and I think there's a lot of aspects of the issue that we don't really know too much about. Every day more information is being released. The FDA's and other people are now recognizing marijuana as killing cancer and stuff like that. With my uncle, he's a VA, he's a veteran, he's a Vietnam veteran, he's 100% disabled, 100% unemployable, he has a veteran exemption on his taxes, he pays all his taxes, he's a homeowner in the Tower District. You know, he needs marijuana or else he would be taking psychotropic drugs, drugs that are very addictive and that will kill him, and marijuana hasn't killed anybody. We need to look more into it. You cannot overdose. I talked to Mayor Lee Brand on MeTV about it, and even the studies he brought up were they were irrelevant because they didn't, like he said, the most consistent thing is inconsistency, and so we need to look more into it, and this the consultant will do a lot, especially if we get one that is very well educated around other communities that are already looking towards the benefit of marijuana instead of, they're promoting it instead of demoting it, and we're just not looking at all aspects. Especially for veterans, they need this more than anybody, and they deserve it more than anybody, especially my uncle. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is George Boyajian. I'm at 135 West Shaw. I see that Reefer Madness is live and well here in Fresno today, still alive. Like it or not, the voters of Fresno County voted 60% in favor of Prop 64, so that's why we're here. I applaud the council for wanting to create a consultant and get some kind of ideas. I would also add to that idea, what a lot of cities are doing throughout the state is they're holding public workshops and getting public comment on how it should be regulated besides the consultant. We have a consultant firm here in Fresno. We've been here 8 years. We've assisted a number of jurisdictions, including Marin County, the latest one, and we're currently working with City of Pasadena and creating regulations as well. We're local in Fresno. I've been here for 20 years. My kids go to school here. I have 2 other businesses here, and we would like to offer our services to the city for free. So you guys don't have to hire anyone and spend money if that's what it is. But Clinton, I'd like to add to that idea. I think public workshops and getting comments from the public about how it should be regulated, I think that would be helpful to us understanding what the needs of the community are. We all
Thank
want to
you.
keep it out of the hands of children, including myself. So this is the reason why we have to regulate this this plant. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, George. Well, keeping with the traditions of this organization, we'll bring forward something to spend $250,000 on public outreach. Anyone else on this item? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Dennis Neberker. I'm at 8105 North Kalish in Fresno. I'm 100% in support of you folks allocating money to get a consultant in here and to take a look at this on a independent basis. Somebody with a complete better overview than we're able to get right now. What I wanted to advocate for is the medicinal cannabis. It's been 20 years ago since California's voted medical marijuana in to be legal. And we know that at the time there was not a lot of structure involved. There wasn't taxes, regulations, state agencies. It's pretty loose. And as of the last year, when Governor Brown had put together the new medical marijuana law that goes into effect in 2018, we now have a structure that we can follow that makes it far easier. Good things have happened over the last 20 years, of course, is that there's been a lot of clinical research that's showing the benefits of medical marijuana in so many different treatments. 2 areas I want to focus on right now is one, I'm a veteran, and because the suicide rate of vets, along with the opiate addictions that we have in I guess, the United States, but certainly very bad in the county here, medical marijuana has been used and has been right now in clinical research as a way to help offset both the PTSD and the folks who have opiate addictions. And so the good thing is we're getting now more ability to prove that medicinal marijuana does have a benefit. And when people like the VA start authorizing it on a federal level, it's something to be said. This is not a joke, it's something real, and I think we really ought to consider looking at medicinal marijuana dispensary as a way to start, kind of check the waters out, get regulated, get controlled, get everything working, and then look at the recreational side after that. But I'm certainly advocating for allowing medicinal cannabis dispensaries as soon as possible.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address this item? Please come forward. Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment and return this item to the council. Member Baines?
I'll keep my comments short. I think that there's been a lot said. I think that I appreciate what you, Council President Olivier, and the Mayor are trying to do with allowing us to have some insight about how to do this. The idea that we would argue for ignorance is beyond me. So I think that we should have some insight about what's happening in the state. And we don't contain the expertise in this building, contrary to popular belief. So I think that we do need to, at a bare minimum, have the issue analyzed from people that know. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Member Baines. Member Bredefeld?
Yeah, I'll be brief as well. I don't support this, but the mayor has the right to do that, and I understand people wanting to get a dope consultant, but the reality is, the mayor and I have worked on bringing forward a ban on the recreational dispensaries. We didn't need a consultant then. Other cities that have either adopted them or not adopted them or had regulations, many, if not nearly all, have not had consultants. The mayor has outstanding staff that we've worked with. John Ellis, my staff, is outstanding, and that's what we get paid to do and do the research. So, but I understand you went from 100, which was a problem for sure, and I'm not sure where the money's going to come from. I assume it'll be from the general fund, but we're going to move forward, and I look forward to getting that information, but I think we could do it without it, and that's why I wouldn't support it.
Thank you. Member Brando.
Yeah, we took this vote on recreational marijuana several months ago. We're going to take the second follow-up vote today. At that time, we had a discussion up here at the dais that we would, that vote would be valid for a year, then we would review what was happening within a year. I think that's probably a more appropriate time to hire a consultant to see data that's happening across the state of California. Right now, my guess is that a consultant's going to be mostly looking at hypotheticals because there's no hard data. So I don't want to come anywhere near that committee, that 3-person committee from council, but I'd be interested to know if the consultant is really a salesman. So I'll be interested in that. So I think we're premature on a consultant. I am not against a consultant if the issue calls for it, and this issue very well could call for it by the time we review it in a year. So that's what I would be open to, so I'm not going to support it today.
Thank you. Member Capriolio.
Council President, I think didn't we have a fellow from the League of Cities speak to us on a workshop basis?
Yes, we did.
And is that fellow a consultant for cities, I wonder?
No, he's staff. He's part of the League of Cities staff.
Yeah, I thought it was a fantastic presentation. He really covered a lot of territory in a short period of time. I agree and disagree. What does that mean? I think it might be a little premature to fund this at this time. However, if we're going to review it in 12 months, I think the ban will pass. I think we need to be ahead of that curve and perhaps initiate that process now so we can have that information at the end of 6 or 12 months when the review comes. I think we could actually review this at any time. I think a common misconception with the public is that once we vote on something, it's sort of set in stone and you can, 10 commandments, you never can change it. That's not it at all. This is a motion moving body here. We change things all the time. When we have more information, new information, additional information, we're never stopped from amending and making things better. That's what we try to do on a day in and day out basis, is make things better for the city of Fresno and the Central Valley, quite frankly. So whatever the vote may be, it's not, again, set in stone. We're always flexible. If you're not flexible, you're gonna be a dinosaur. You'll be extinct. So we have to move, we have to adjust, we have to rebalance. That's what society, life is all about. So with that, I'll support the mayor's motion, or the mayor's idea.
Thank you. Thank you. Then the screen is clear. Let's go ahead and have a voice vote.
But what's the motion?
I don't think there is a motion. I'll make a motion.
Do we need a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve. I wish to make one.
Okay.
And we have a motion.
What's the motion?
Wow.
I think Luis is with
That's not divine intervention. That's
it may be.
That's member Chavez phoning in.
I think it may be.
What is the motion?
The motion is to approve item 4A, which is the as amended, which I amended it to have no dollar amount, and I amended it to include a council subcommittee to help our professional city staff to set the parameters for the RFQ.
Well, I thought you said it was up to $50,000. Is that correct, Mayor?
No, my motion is $0 amount, and it'll be left up to the administration to come up with a, yeah. So let's go ahead and have a voice vote. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Baines?
Aye.
Brandow? Bredefeld?
No.
Capriolio?
Yes.
Chavez, are you on the line?
Rats.
Okay, Soria? And President Olivia?
Yes.
Vote is 4-2 with 1 absent.
Thank you, council colleagues, all of you. Thank you. Let's go ahead and what is going to be a very unpopular move for the people who are here for the next item. Let's have a nice workshop from the Department of Public Utilities. So.
All right, council workshop. Council, city council, council president, city council, thank you very much. Tommy Escueda, Department of Public Utilities. We've got a couple of big projects that are out there to bring water supply into the San Joaquin Valley, and the city of Fresno has an opportunity to participate in both of those. Lots and lots of work to be done in order for us to make that decision. What I'll talk to you today about is 2 projects with a price tag of about $21 billion that are intended specifically to develop water supply here in the San Joaquin Valley. Talk a little bit about the policy considerations. Why would we even think about doing this? Talk a little bit about Temperance Flat Reservoir as one option, Cal Water Fix Twin Tunnels as another option, and then available for any questions. A lot of moving parts on this. What I will clarify for you right now is that if you heard 10 people give you a presentation about Temperance Flat Reservoir and Cal Water Fix, you would get 10 different interpretations of what those projects are intended to do. There's just a lot of moving parts on those two projects. So I came back in a month and gave you an update. It might look a little different. So the intent of today is to give you a snapshot of what we think it looks like today, recognizing that it'll be fluid and things will continue to be changing on this. So we talk about the policy consideration. The biggest one really is future water supply demands. City needs to develop additional long-term permanent water supply resources to meet those demands. The sustainable groundwater. So on the first item, we have to have water to feed people, businesses, industries that are here. More people are going to come to the city. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act requires that we utilize surface water to balance the groundwater. So that's the other place we have to feed water in. Feed the people, and then we got a big hole under the city. We've got to feed that hole. So there's two water sources, those two water areas that the water needs to go. Talk a little bit about what we have now. Our current FID conveyance agreement has a 29% cap on the amount of water we can get from that entitlement. At 450,000 acre feet per year, that's FID's total entitlement out of the Kings River. That gives us about 130,500 acre feet. The Friant Division of the Central Valley Project, we have a Class 1. We're a Class 1 contractor. That's 60,000 acre feet. So as we sit here today, we have contracts in place for 190,500 acre feet. Right now, the city as a whole is using 120,000 acre feet per year. We're delivering that to people, businesses, and industries throughout the city. 224 gallons per person per day. That's the current rate of usage, which is significantly down from what it used to be. So the citizens of Fresno are doing a great job in reducing the demand. At some point, you'll get to the period where we get to the demand hardening. You just can't get any lower than what is currently out there. So what that tells us is that 190,500 is what we have available in our current contracts. 120 is what we're using. So right now we have 70,000 acre feet available for our service area within our sphere of influence. So let's talk a little bit about the demands. This is what's currently out there in the general plan. And so what we continuously look at is what do we need to do to make sure we can do the things we talked about in the general plan. So the current estimated population in our sphere of influence is 545,000 people. That's about 120,000 acre feet. 2035 sphere of influence population 771, so that's 193,000 acre feet per year we'll need. The build out of our sphere of influence, again, we haven't moved any boundaries. This is the boundaries that we currently have in our sphere of influence. And there's a lot of talk about moving lines, but under the don't move any lines scenario, we're at 970,000 acre feet, 1 million people basically, and so we need 243,000 acre feet per year. That's just to feed the people. Okay, we haven't talked about the water we need to fill the hole under the ground in the city. So let's look at about that gap. So right now, 243 is what we'll need in at build out. 25,000 acre feet is what we'll need supplemental to recharge the groundwater aquifer. 190,000 acre feet is what we currently have. So we have a deficit right now. We know this because just the way the thing's going to grow and develop as it's planned in the general plan. We have a gap of 77,500 acre feet. That's our build out right now as we sit here in front of you, the deficit that we have. So what's not factored into that, and so I just want to, this is important, is that 77,000 acre foot gap is based on a build out that is on a 1.85% growth rate. I've talked to you about that before. A city of this size, normal growth is about 3%. So right now we're planning this growth at 1.85%, which is just really, really low. And so what could impact that? Well, we have this high-speed rail thing going to connect you to San Jose. So either businesses are going to come out here or people are going to come out here, but that's not built into the general plan at that 1.85%. So that's a demand that's going to get added. The SGMA law is going to drive more growth and development to those areas that have water. The city of Fresno has water, so that's not built into the general plan. So that's another accounting of people that'll come. There's a lot more energy and momentum right now on the economic development front. We're really driving to push more job growth in the city. That's not built into the general plan. So as I sit here in front of you today, I will tell you that your deficit on water supply is more like 100,000 acre feet because these things aren't in there. They're going to add demand, and we'll have to account and accommodate for that. So what are the things we can do? So there's two things we were going to talk to you about today, Temperance Flat Reservoir and the Cal Water Fix Twin Tunnel. So those are two significant projects that make water available, could make water available to the city. There's a big Dry Creek Reservoir project that we're talking with FMFCD about, convert it from a flood control facility to a water supply storage facility, direct potable reuse, toilet to tap. This is very expensive. San Diego's doing this right now. San Diego is going to spend $450 million to develop 30,000 acre feet of water in a toilet to tap scenario, so it's a very expensive water. We could go out and we could buy permanent water rights from somebody. We can look how people are currently using water and say we're going to go out and we're going to buy it and buy it from them. Our current estimate of that price is about $10,000 an acre foot is what the market would probably require us to purchase water from them. And then we're always looking continuously for other options, trying to figure out where are the other places we could make water available to the city to add to our portfolio to meet this demand that we know is coming. So we need water. Without question, we're growing. We're headed toward a deficit. So what might that look like? Temperance Flat. A Proposition 1 application was submitted to the state on August 14th. It's planning level operations. I'll talk to you a little bit about the operations plan we got to do. It's it's going to be on River Mile 274, 665 feet tall, be the second tallest dam in the state of California after Hoover Dam. 1.26 million acre feet of storage capacity, might generate 100,000 acre feet of new water supply. Right now, Class 1 out of Millerton Lake is 800,000, so it's not a lot of new water. It's really the storage is what we're looking at. It's a $2.7 billion project, 2015 dollars, so this number is already low. We're 2 years later. It won't get built till start getting built in 2024 under another scenario, so add 3.5% compounded every year until we build it. So it is going to probably, I estimate it's about a $4.5 billion project by the time we get ready to go into construction. $1.3 billion is what the state is the maximum allowable you can get for this project out of the Proposition 1 application. And just to clarify on that, the most you're going to get from the state if you qualify is $1.3 billion. And that was indexed off the $2.7 billion. As the construction cost increases over time due to inflation, you don't get any more money. You only get $1.3 billion. So by the time we do a project, that $1.3 billion might only be 30% of the project, not the 50% we had planned on. Again, 2024 construction start year, 2033 construction ends. So this is the other thing I want to bring out to you today. Any new water supply project you want to do is going to take a long time. So this is the time to start talking about this now, because you just don't show up and develop new water. It takes time. And so as you can see here, this is about 18 years out there on a good day. This doesn't factor in the lawsuits that are going to happen, all the challenges that are going to happen that'll push this thing out. So 2033 is very optimistic. The fortunate thing is that the Bureau's already spent about $30 million on this project. I've had a chance to look at the cost estimates, and had a chance to look at the construction, packaging. They've got a very detailed schedule. It's about 10% complete right now. So I feel comfortable that we know how big the bread box is when we talk about Temperance Flat. We know how big it is, how much it's going to cost, got to account for the inflation. So that's good. That's a good foundation to start from. Our first objective before we figure out, so the dam part's easy. Just building a dam, governments can build dams. That's not a problem. The problem is now trying to figure out how to develop a technically and financially feasible project that makes sense for all the people that will invest. That's where the rubber's going to hit the road, and a lot of people are going to get excited about this project. So really, we got to start with that feasibility assessment phase. How do we get this thing started? How do we make it make sense for the city of Fresno? So the first thing we've got to talk about when we look at that feasibility phase is this: understand the kinds of benefits that are going to come out of this out of this reservoir. A lot of different benefits, and each benefit will have a different cost value that we need to assign to it. So wildlife habitat, water supply, recreation, water quality, flood control, all kinds of benefits that will come out of when you build a reservoir. Each of those has to then be assigned a cost. What's the value of that benefit relative to other benefits? And so in this case, maybe water supply would be the highest, wildlife habitat may be the lowest, but we've got to score them, rank them, and then assign them a value. Then we've got to evaluate alternative reservoir operation and management strategies. This is going to be the tough part of it. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. That'll be with the Bureau and other agencies. Then we simulate the reservoir operations. So, for example, when we get to this point, it'll be, okay, the city of Fresno is interested in purchasing these assets out of the dam. How will we run it? How will it impact us? How will we benefit? What will it cost? Then we've got to identify operating risk. It's the law of unintended consequences. We would build this under certain conditions and understanding of what happened, but what if a change in law occurs that wipes out one of the benefits, that you can't count wildlife habitat as a benefit anymore, and that water gets taken away? How does it impact everybody else? So there's the risk assessment. We've got to understand of how we would get impacted. The initial participation from local public agencies is going to be voluntary, because we still don't know. We are going to be one of the volunteers. And the funds invested by those participants will be accredited toward our overall contribution to the project. So people who want to sit on the sidelines now, that's fine. But when you want to buy in later, you're going to pay 100% of the cost to buy in, and we'll have already been credited any money we have spent prior to that. So here's the issue we're trying to resolve, or trying to solve with Millerton, with a Temperance Flat reservoir. So right now, average year, I think it's an 80-year period of record, Millerton Lake generates about 1.8 million acre-feet of water a year. The reservoir is only 520,000 acre-feet of capacity. So you can see there's more water coming in than the size of the reservoir. So we have to flip this reservoir over and over and over. And the time when you're flipping it might not be when you need it, so it just spills. We just don't have any way of controlling it. So the plan with Temperance Flat is, let's take those waters that would have normally spilled, we'll simulate it in a reservoir that is 1.26 million acre feet. And you can see the 1.26 plus the 520 is about 1.8. So we're trying to match reservoir capacity with the average annual inflow that comes into the reservoir so that we can have it there. And then once that water is in that reservoir, then becomes the operating plan. All right, how do we distribute this water to the people who have made purchases and tried to develop it? Our operating plan objective for the city of Fresno, this is where it's going to get tricky with other folks, is we have contractual rights and we have access priority by contract in the San Joaquin River. Those are our Class 1 water, unreleased restoration flows, recovered water, Section 2. There's, in the contract very clear, these are the rights we get. What we're protecting against in this case is just making sure there's no line jumping. That there's nobody down in the lower priority that somehow feels they have the opportunity to jump ahead of us. So this is where we're going to be always under the basket, defending balls off the rim. Just nope, nope, nope. This is ours, and that'll be a challenge. But it's something we've got to do, the protection of our residents. So this is the simulation of how it kind of works. This is the hard work. This is where we're going to simulate. This is the modeling exercise that gets started tomorrow at a meeting in Visalia with some Frank contractors. This is what we'll do: is we will simulate bringing 1.8 million acre feet of water into a system, and then having to allocate it out to the different types of users: east side accounts, ecosystem benefits, and the west side accounts. And what that exercise is, I want to use this as an example. So right now this water is spilling, it spills out over the reservoir. And when we talk about building the operating plan, we're talking about, okay, I've got a vessel that's a little bigger, I've got the water, and the operating plan is about, okay, under this condition, this month, the way you've done it, you get some water, you get some water, you get some water. And then we go to the next month, you get some water, building the rules on how we distribute this water to the various interests. There's probably going to be 100 different simulations on you get some, you get some, you get some. And then the other challenge is the different kinds of water. The waters, when they come into the reservoir, have different colors, we call it. Class 1 water gets treated a certain way. Unreleased restoration flows get treated a certain way. So we have to account for that. So again, it's who gets it, when do they get it, when? Oh, you don't want any? You want to store it? Okay, we'll let you store that water. So all of that has to be simulated. And that's the exercise we're about to start. So in that process, we want to identify an operations management plan that is technically and financially feasible. If we put $1 in, can we get $1.20 out in value? That's the exercise we want to go through. If we can find a project that meets, I'm making up a number now, the investors are 20 investors in the project that meet the needs of 20 investors. They believe they're getting the money back, they're getting the water. We will then go to the project delivery phases. We're going to go build a dam. But a lot of work has to happen before we get between there and building the dam. And I will tell you now, talk to the mayor about it, there is a scenario out there where one scenario is don't build the dam, because any other scenario that costs us water is probably one we just can't invest in and support. So we want to be in a position where any project that includes building a dam is a benefit to the city. We got a net benefit out of this. So we're going to identify partner agencies who wants to participate, prepare that study plan for the feasibility assessment, got to get a funding agreement, how we're going to share costs. We think this initial phase is about $2 million. It'll be 24 months spread across a bunch of people, a bunch of agencies. We are going to assess this project with $1.3 billion from the state, and we're going to assess it without the $1.3 billion. Because if we take the $1.3 billion, it's important to interpret or understand, you have to give up water for that. It's not just you get $1.3 billion for nothing. You're going to give them they're going to give you $1.3 billion, and you're going to give them water. They're going to be one of the ones that, okay, you get some, and it might not be worth it for us to take the money. We could backfill that $1.3 billion with other money and keep more water for ourselves. So that's part of the assessment we have to do is, what's the risk, what's the value of taking that free money, and it's not free, you got to give up water, and not taking it. So that first no-go decision is, can we make a plan that works for everybody? If we can find that plan, we will establish a legal entity, some group comprised of all these investors, and then they will go forward and start building this project, and we'll get it done. The first thing after that, though, is we've got to do the CEQA documentation. There's a lot of environmental work that will have to be done, so that'll be the first. And again, it's $45 million over 48 months to prepare the CEQA documentation. You can't get anywhere else until you start doing that process. So how much is this going to cost the city? I don't know. We just can't tell you until we get into that modeling exercise and simulation and figure out how much water do we get, and for that amount of water, how much money do we have to put into the project. So there's water out there. How much does it cost? Who's in, who's out is the exercise we got to go through. Twin tunnels, Sacramento Delta. So right now there's a lot of risks on the Delta, moving water north of the Delta, south of the Delta. Levee failures, saltwater intrusion, sea level rise, impaired water quality, increased environmental protection for aquatic species. So there's a lot of things that are restricting how much water can move out of the Delta. And when those restrictions get higher, less water moves south, less water to the San Joaquin Valley, and that hurts. That's a very painful thing for the valley to endure. So the objective of this project is to get the water supply conveyance improved and improve water quality moving south of the Delta. And so the problem you've got is that the Delta is a very dynamic system. It's got the tidal fluctuations, and so when the tide's in, heavy waters are coming from Sacramento River, it just can't get it through to south of Delta. So it's the way I characterize it is kind of like, for those of you who have been in the D.C. area, you drive up I-95 from Richmond, you get to a point when you get into D.C. where you can go try and take 95 through D.C. and get caught in the traffic because it's so bad. Or you know what? I'm going to take the bypass. I'm going to go around, get on the other side of D.C., and then head on my way to Baltimore to save myself some time. So that's really what this project is. You can't get the water through the Delta, so we build these tunnels and we go around the Delta. And so that's kind of the strategy that this project is really intended to do. Here's the issue. In the 1980s, 8 million acre feet of water was transported south of the Delta. And then environmental regulations started being implemented. And so as of today, those south of Delta exports are 4.7 million acre feet. So you've lost 3.3 million acre feet of south of Delta. There's not less water. Water's still there. We've just got to have some water available to let species get in and out of the Delta, and that's costing water in the system. So it's a 3 new intakes north of the Delta, 2 tunnel sections, 2 forebays, new pumping station. Here's their program schedule. 12 months just to hire the people to manage the project. A year to get people on board. 4 years to complete the design, and then 13 years to build it. $16.7 billion project. And the question will come to this council, at least what we've heard from DWR, are you in or are you out? That'll come in September. And so we don't know what the terms and conditions are of that ask yet. We don't know if they're asking us for money or just interest or what that is. And so I'm trying to set up a meeting with the Department of Water Resources director to understand firsthand, what are you going to ask me? Because it depends on what you ask me, that's how we'll ask. That's how we'll answer, but I want to know what the question is before we get started. So this is, and I just clarify, this is a Division of Water Resources project. But water can be made available to CVP contractors, and we are a CVP contractor. So it's really new intakes on the river. We're going to be catching water during the stormwater flows, and as we'd expect during the stormwater, a lot of mud and sediment, so you get the mud and sediments out, drop it into a set of tunnels, bring it out, 2 more sets of tunnels, and then you get it down to south of Delta, where the existing pump station, and you start moving that water south of the Delta into the Delta Mendota Canal and the American Canal. All right, so here's how this project is currently being proposed. With existing environmental conditions, nothing changed today, existing environmental conditions, 4.7 million acre feet flow south of the delta. But what the state and everyone is telling you is that the environmental regulations are going to get more severe. So this is what you should expect you're going to be able to pump south of the delta. So about 1 million acre feet less. They're already taking that off the table and saying this stuff's going to happen, less water going south of the delta. This is the recommended project, which will move 4.9 million acre feet south of the delta under that new baseline condition. So really, if you looked at the project now, you'd say, well, it's only 200,000 acre feet more than today. Yeah, but today doesn't count. The future is going to be a lot more water being held in the delta for aquatic species. And so what they're telling you is that it's a 1 million, it's a benefit of 1 million acre feet south of delta in exports. Again, under the assumption that things are going to get so bad in the delta that the reduction in delta exports is going to leave you a benefit of 1 million acre feet. So how is this thing going to work? So this is Metropolitan Water District of Southern California put this chart together. And so the green line shows you how things flow south of the delta under existing environmental conditions. The green line's there is shown on the bottom. And the white line shows if the tunnels were in place and they could get this water before it got into the delta and they can get it around all the dynamics that are in the delta, the white line shows how much more water they can pull through the system. So that's, again, this is the I-95 freeway. This is the bypass around D.C. That's what you're seeing there is, okay, you can get more cars around during that period of time when lots of water is flowing in the system. So the current financing plan for the $6.7 billion is 55% of this project is to be funded by state water project contractors. Okay, so there's a whole group of those guys on the state water project. 45% is to be funded by Central Valley project contractors. City of Fresno is a Central Valley project contractor. We could purchase capacity in the Twin Tunnels capacity. We'll get a piece of that 1 million acre feet. We can buy that. That's going to be available. However, just because you buy capacity doesn't mean you get water rights. So our water rights right now are dictated with the CVP contract are in the San Joaquin Valley. So one option would be to open up our contract and say, Bureau of Reclamation wants you to open up our contract and we want you to give us a new point of diversion north of the delta. We will not do that because the minute you open up that contract, you are exposed to everybody that doesn't want you ever taking water. So that's a nuclear option we will not pursue. We will not recommend pursuing because the minute you open up that contract, everybody gets a shot at it. It's our protection right now, and the minute we open it, we lose the protection. So what we'll need to do is partner with other agencies, West Side agencies that have CVP contracts with Delta rights, and there's a lot of opportunity for us to look at doing that. So that's the plan for south. So these are the discussions that we'll start to have happening with the West Side agencies: is how can we work together? You have the ability to get water north of the delta with your CVP contractors. We have the ability maybe to help partner with you. Can we do something together where we get water through those twin tunnels if we work together? So potential benefits of the twin tunnels is 1 million acre feet, improved capacity and reliability for the city. The biggest thing is that this puts us in a position to get a third water supply source for the city of Fresno. So we got Kings River water, amazing water source. San Joaquin River water, amazing source. Now we get the Sacramento River Delta as a water supply source. So it really broadens our park because the hydrology and the precipitation varies over the state. Getting access to another hydrologic region that has different weather patterns, different flow, could be beneficial to the city. However, if we're going to do that, we got to get with South of Delta contractors that have CVP contracts, or state water project contractors. So those are the things. That's going to be a partnership. This will not be something we can do on our own. Once we do that, we work with the Bureau of Reclamation to figure out, okay, how are you going to make water available? How do we allocate? Again, on this one, we just can't tell you today it's going to cost you $1 billion, $2 billion, $500,000. We don't know until we get into these discussions with these other agencies. So, in summary, right now we're looking at on paper, you don't move any boundaries. Okay, you don't move any of your current boundaries, your sphere of influence, your municipal boundary. You don't move any of those. You're 77,500 acre feet short on your general plan build out. If growth occurs at a greater rate, and I think it's going to because of the high-speed rail, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and these economic development things that are happening, you're more on the lines of 100,000 acre feet short. New surface water supply is going to take forever. They're going to take a long, long time. And that's just if everything goes well. You're going to get sued. It's going to get tied up in court. That'll add time to it. Again, we're looking at Temperance Flat, Cal Water Fix, direct potable reuse, Big Dry Creek, or buying on the market, just going ahead and buying somebody's contract that's out there. And then we're always looking for other options. Temperance Flat, number one priority, protect our existing San Joaquin River water rights and access priority. And then the access priority is a big deal. Okay, there's a schedule of who gets water when. We cannot allow that schedule to get changed. Okay, and that's the thing we protect against. $4 billion project, you get the storage, you get the new water supply, not much water supply. And the earliest it'll be ready in my mind is 2035. So we've got a long way to go to get there. Project implementation will be by investors. Those are the people who get to make decisions on it, people who put money into it. Get those feasibility studies, see if we can get an operating plan that meets everybody's needs. And if we can meet everybody's needs, then we go build a dam. And we're probably 24 to 36 months away from finding that project. Cal Water Fix, we got no contractual access to the Delta, so we're going to have to get into a partnership with somebody else. And so those discussions are starting. You'll start hearing people asking about the City of Fresno. People are asking the City of Fresno a lot now on what's your interest in twin tunnels. So a lot of work required to assess the technical, financial, institutional feasibility of both these projects. A lot of work for these $20 billion worth of projects. And we're getting started now, and it's going to get hot and heavy, and we are now available for any questions. Again, before we go to questions, if I give this to you in a month, 6 weeks, it could be slightly adjusted just because it's still very dynamic. It's still a game of musical chairs, and until that operating plan is finalized and everyone sits on the table and says, I agree with that plan, it's technically, then the music will stop. But until that time, music's going to be going, and we're going to be going round and round and round and round, and it's a lot of going around and around. Very expensive, but it's worth it for the city because we just need addition. You have a gap. We got to fill it. We're available for questions.
Workshop, we don't have public comment, but we will begin. We have a few council members punched up. Member Brandow, followed by Member Soria, Member Baines.
Cool. Thanks, Tommy. You know, I felt like you've been going nonstop for 20 minutes. I think you've done a great job. Essentially, my first thing is I'm going to ask, can I have this meeting privately as well and go over everything again?
Oh, absolutely.
And can I have your PowerPoint provided to me? Is that
absolutely.
Might already be provided to me, I'm not sure. But so I need to hear it again a couple times, probably. So if I'm listening casually and just going to make some observations, and then you can kind of clarify. Inside of the conversation about Temperance Flat, are you raising questions about the cost to benefit ratio of investment by the City of Fresno in Temperance Flat?
Absolutely. Because you have other options. And so at the end of the day, what we'll come back to you in this council, and we'll start with the city manager's office and the mayor's office, is here are your options. This one costs this many dollars per acre foot, and it's just business at that point. It's just what's the best business decision in terms of the dollar per acre. It's like buying eggs. $1 per dozen, cost per dozen. We're going to do the same thing. Now, in addition to the cost, we'll have to give you all the other things. And institutionally, this one's a little easier, this one's a little more difficult technically, but at the end of the day, we'll come to you with, here's the price of eggs in 5 different ways. Let's look at the least cost.
Okay. And I've been, involved with the Temperance Flat. I've been associated with that project for many years now, standing with Democrats, Republicans, people from all across the state saying we need to do Temperance Flat, and I've been a huge proponent and currently still am, but I'm very open to hearing some of the concepts you're talking about, because we really, now that the submission has been made, we really have to pay attention to the details, I believe. Okay, so I'm going to be opening my ears to those details, and so that concerns me that the bang might not be worth the buck. Okay, so I'm going to have ears open when we talk about that further. And then another concerning thing that you said about Temperance Flat to me was the giving up of our water rights, right? If we accept the money, then at some level we give up our Class 1 water rights?
So we're not sure exactly how that works out. So we will never lose our Class 1 water rights. We're going to have the water rights for that. We'll get all the, but some of those waters may have to be made available as not the Class 1. Some of those waters may have to be made available to satisfy whatever environmental things that were put in the application. Now, those are still all subject to negotiations, so we can say, hey, instead of giving you this in the application, we want to give it to you this way. That's the process we'll get into once we get in with the state and they've decided they're going to fund
So
the project.
so for sure, our current water rights through the Friant watershed, we're not under threat, those current rights?
Well,
okay.
I would say that I would caution that they're not under threat. They're always under threat.
Okay.
We're in the lawsuit right now because of people who are threatening
Right.
us. The San Joaquin River Restoration Program has a date when everybody gets to relook at it. That's another point where we're going, okay, we might have to do something there. There's always these change in law types of things. Lacking the change of law stuff, there's a very orderly sequence of who gets water and when, and we watch that very closely to make sure that nobody line jumps and gets in our way and gets water that we're supposed to get.
Okay. And then on Temperance Flat, on that project, can you talk about federal money on that project?
So the federal money, there's three pots of money we're anticipating. There is the Prop 1 funding. There is local agency stuff. City of Fresno is going to put money, and then the federal component. Now the federal component will have to be evaluated because the federal government is going to be like us. What are the benefits we're getting? They'll probably focus more on wildlife habitat upstream of the dam, eagle nesting stuff, recreation, fishing, boating, camping, flood control. What's a flood control component? We'll have to assign values to those, and as I stand here before you now, I will tell you we will try and inflate those and say, hey, flood control is worth a lot of money. You should put a lot of money. Recreation is worth a lot of money. You should put. So we're going to kind of push that as we have those discussions. But the federal government will have to do a similar analysis that we're doing, which is what are the benefits, and then put a price tag on those benefits, and that'll be their portion of the contribution.
Okay, cool. So lots to talk about there. And then switching over to the Twin Tunnels project, right? And so I kind of know how Temperance Flat it's been discussed for a long time, how it's to be funded, those three components that you just went over. And so can you give me a real quick sketch on how the Twin Tunnels is funded again? It's a much more expensive project.
Four times as much as expensive as the Temperance Flat project. Right now, it is expected that 55% of the $16.7 billion is going to be paid for by state water project contractors. So it's a different set of contract, and the way they will get charged is it'll just get added to their existing. Like we have a CVP contract, we pay annually on it. Mm-hmm. That price will get added to their state water project contract, and they'll just pay a higher rate for certain waters. Now, the provision they have in the state water project side is people can decline to participate. We don't want to participate in Twin Tunnels, therefore don't charge me extra. But what the state is telling those people, that sounds great, but since 1 million acre feet less is coming south of the Delta, we're going to reduce the amount of water we deliver to you every year. So that's the incentive they're kind of putting on state water project contractors is if you pay, you get the benefit in the 1 million acre feet that comes south. If you don't pay, we're going to squeeze down the amount of water you're going to get delivered. So and then the 45% then comes from CVP contractors. That would be the City of Fresno, Westlands, all those people. And we're going to have to figure out how we pay for it, bond it, cash. Nobody's figured out exactly how to pay for that just yet. But we would bring our money to the. It wouldn't get added to our contract.
So we would pay in the 45%.
We would pay in the 45%, correct.
But then we might also pay in the 55%.
We will not pay in the 55%.
Okay.
That's already covered. That's done. And so one of the theories, just a theory right now, is if they don't get enough participation on the 45%, because they have money in place, they have a financing instrument with the state water project contracts. They know how they can get you because you got a contract. I'm going to charge you. On the CVP side, it's not so easy. If we don't sign up, again, this question we're going to get asked in September, October, if we don't sign up and enough people don't sign up to fill that 45% gap, one theory is don't build 2 tunnels, build 1 tunnel, build the money you got. So there's still a lot of dynamics on the money's not there, what do we do? Well, let's assume we're going to get all the money. What if you don't get all the money? So there's a lot of discussion on the CVP side. If you don't get the dollars, do you kill the project or you just build less project?
And does your department have a recommendation on the Twin Tunnels project?
We don't. It's hard to have a recommendation until we know what the ask is. I would tell you that You know, my recommendation to you right now through the administration is that we continue to have discussions with the West Side contractors who have the direct rights and figure out a partnership opportunity. So figure out, can we make a partnership opportunity work with a West Side contractor that's CVP rights in the Delta, frame up what that might look like, and then it becomes one of those things that just, what's the cost of eggs? You know, how does that number fit with all the other options we have to get water into the system?
And that same question on Temperance Flat, does your department currently have a position on the city of Fresno vis-a-vis Temperance Flat?
Yeah, so I think our recommendation is consistent with the council resolution that you guys passed several months ago, which is our expectations we're going to get more water. So we would want our class 1 to look more like 120,000 acre feet. So our recommendation kind of remains consistent with that. We want benefits out of this project. Now we got to get into the details of how do we get there. What does that look like when we say we want to get that kind of water availability to the city? So my recommendation to you right now is let us go ahead and get started with those feasibility assessments. Let us get that work done. That's the first thing we got to get done.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, now on to the Dry Creek project. What is the process to turn that into a water storage opportunity?
So that project, it is a facility that is owned, operated by FMFCD, but it's under the authority of the Corps of Engineers. So like all projects that the Corps does, they say this is the authorized use for this project. So it's authorized as a flood control structure, which means it's very limited temporary water supply gets into it. Short period of time, you got to release it, let it go. What we want to do is have the Corps reauthorize that project as a water supply storage reservoir, which would allow us to leave water in there year-round, year-over-year, longer-term basis. To do that, we've got to do a feasibility study because we have to do the dam different. When you hold water behind a dam on a permanent basis, that's a different structure than a dam that holds water on a limited time basis.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just went with the Flood Control District and did a tour of their facilities, different facilities around the city of Fresno and outside the city of Fresno. So the Dry Creek project is actually out just northeast part of Clovis.
Right. Shepherd Avenue right there.
Right.
Shepherd.
And so we toured that, and, you know, we've had so much rain over the last year that when we drove up to the crest of the dam, I was expecting to see a lot of water there, right? It's not really the case.
Broke your heart, right?
Yeah, broke my heart, right?
Breaks my heart every day.
If you've never seen this facility, in a way, it just looks like a miniature dam. It's an earthen dam with some support structures, but it's a dam, and it could hold water. I mean, and compared to Temperance Flat, no, but it could hold a lot of water.
30,000 acre feet of water is what it could hold.
And so with all of the rain, I thought, man, I'm finally going to see this thing with a lot of water, just a little puddle of water down to the bottom, just like any other time. So I would be very interested in moving that facility to the next level and have it help as a water storage facility.
Especially a year like the year, there was $10 an acre foot water running, and we had nowhere to put it. We could have put 10,000 acre feet behind that thing and been in really, really good shape. So we're working with the administration to have those discussions with FMFC, to push the Corps of Engineers to let us get those feasibility studies done to convert it to a water supply storage reservoir.
Perfect. All right. So you're going to guarantee me a private meeting.
Yes.
We'll go over all this stuff again.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot, Tom. You did a great job.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Member Soria.
And yes, I'll try to keep my remarks brief. Now, I want to thank you for the information that you presented, Tommy. Always good to hear kind of the big picture in terms of and the update of where things are going. I know that there's a lot of moving parts. I did have the pleasure of going on a tour when the speaker was here to go see where the potential site of Temperance, and then I did get an aerial tour the day after with some folks from Westlands to kind of get a whole view of the entire California water system, which is very complex.
It's very
I applaud you guys for the work that you guys are doing, because I know that that territory is pretty tough to navigate because there's a lot of politics, to say the least, on that. But just one thing that I wanted to just, I guess, comment on. I know that you will be, I guess, through the negotiation, offering us the information about how much the cost. We don't really know, right? But I think that it is important to note, as you mentioned, the potential growth that we may see that we haven't even projected because of high-speed rail. I do believe that the city of Fresno is supposed to be, to some degree, a bedroom community to the Silicon Valley, and I think that's a reality. We may not see it in 5 years, but I think that in 10, 20 years from now, that's where we will be. And so I hope that as we look at planning and how we plan in terms of water, so that we're best positioned not only to grow in the outlying areas. I think getting serious about doing the infill growth that we should be doing, just like any other metro city in the state of California. With that, I also just wanted to say that while for me it's important to look at the interest of the city of Fresno, I don't take for granted that we're very connected as a region. And I've been a strong supporter of Temperance Flat because I believe in terms of the local economy that sustains our region, which is ag. And so when I'm thinking about that, yes, I'm thinking about it as a city council member representing over 500,000 people, but I'm also thinking about the 4 million people that live in our valley, and that sometimes we have to be team players. And I think that we have to think about that as we're thinking about water. We have to be team players because there are a number of people, and ourselves, our community relies also on an ag economy. And so that's what's important to me. So as we're thinking about, what is important to Fresno, I think it's also important for us to talk about being team players.
Absolutely.
And so that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Member Baines and then Member Capriola.
Well, I, along with Councilman Story, keep my comments brief. And actually, Councilmember Brandow asked several of the questions, or and gave some of the same commentary that I would in all candor. But I did notice that there weren't a lot of answers, and I'll hang there. There seem to be at this point more questions than answers. What I absolutely appreciate is you keeping us informed along the way. It's an ever-evolving process, and like I said, there aren't a lot of answers, so it's going to be important for us to monitor this. So Tommy, thank you very much for giving us the big picture, which we don't always get. And like I said, I'm assuming that in a few months you'll be back here to give us yet some more updates. Maybe if we're lucky, a couple more answers. But we see how this process is unfolding. So thanks.
Thank you, Member Capriola.
I, too, am very grateful for you and your team and the presentation today, Tommy. So I just have some impressions about it. So with the tunnels, it sounds like it's more expensive and we get less water at this time. I know it's, like I said
Still
earlier,
early.
It's ever moving, ever changing. Needs change, people change, parties change.
And just on that point, the change in law. So the $1.3 billion to give the water up for the environment, and it's going to cost us water for that. We have to recognize that may happen anyway. And what I'll tell you that is when we get into building the dam and do the CEQA, and the environmental groups get involved, they may sue you for that stuff, and you're saying, all right, here's some water, here's. But if we can get that water maybe paid for by the state, so there's just, I think you nailed it. The politics of this are going to be very, very, very difficult. The politics could be deadly. I mean, it's just, that's where we're going to be, and you nailed it. I mean, it's just, we got to make those decisions.
Well, along that vein of team playing, Sacramento's is the critical player, and so hopefully they'll accept our overtures toward being a team player, and they will reciprocate to us, although we seem to be the forgotten stepchild on occasion. But with this water issue, I think it'll bring us to the forefront for a number of reasons. So I think we're positioning ourselves really well based upon your team and what you've done so far. So it sounds like Member Brandow, who knows a thing or two about a thing or two, that if the biggest bang for the buck might be Temperance Flat at this time. But
I would tell you right now, if I had to, you nailed me down and said, you only get one, Tommy, what are you going to take? I would take Temperance Flat right now. But knowing it still might not happen. But if I had to tell you today which one to take, I would take that one.
And then I think I gleaned from your conversation here that we may even have a blend. We may even have some twin tunnel water, Temperance Flat water, and have that flowing in, as you said, with 3 river sources and a dam as opposed to the 2 we currently have.
Correct. And that's kind of the model we're looking at right now, is running both, taking advantage of both, if we can pencil it out.
And again, that's team playing.
Yeah, it'll take team playing to get that west side stuff Yes, absolutely.
And one of my favorite subjects is the surface water treatment plant. So you are taking your bottled water and pouring. I think this represents our surface water treatment plant.
There you go.
And the
Perfect.
money that we've invested in that as a community and the benefits that are going to derive from that in the long term. Am I on track?
No,
with
you're
that?
on. You're dead on. Perfect. That's
Going
exactly
good.
yeah.
And then just so I can see Mr. Carbajal and Ms. White and yourself and your team. You guys are fantastic. I think we've been ahead of the curve for years. And your leadership and practicality and keeping us advised and your knowledge is shown to us meeting after meeting after meeting. So we're very happy and grateful for all you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the screen is clear, just like that. And you're off to your other meeting. Member Caprilio, thank you. That concludes the workshop from Department of Public Utilities. Now, I have a couple of things I want to do. We have a scheduled appearance by Mary Esther. We also have this item from DARM. Let's go ahead and take the planning item. This is the 10:30 item, right? No, you're next. Okay.
Morning, President Olivier.
We're out of order by now.
All right. Morning, President Olivier, council members. Chris Lang from the Development Resource Management Department. I have nothing, at this time, there's nothing to add to the staff report. This is for the pre-zone R17002 and annexation application R17001.
That's an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Member Soria, second. I know you probably spent a lot of time preparing that. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? Please come forward. You know what? You're probably going to end up speaking about as long as the other guy. But you can give us your name and address for the record.
Please approve this item. How's that?
We'll take it.
Mr. Roscoe is hospitalized with pneumonia, so he begs forgiveness for not being here. And so we certainly I'd like to have you support this item. He accepts all the mitigation conditions that will be applied to any future project.
Thank you. I have a good feeling about this.
That was Mr. Bill Robinson from Fresno.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on this? Uh-oh, that means it's going to pass. When you hear that music, it means it's going to pass.
Divine intervention.
So, screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Well, look at that. So that one passes unanimously. Let's have Ms. Correa come up for scheduled communication. You've been waiting so patiently. Give us your name and address for the record, please, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Mary Esther Correa, 3407 East Iowa, Fresno, California. Been here already 6 months. Going to stay longer. Okay, first of all, in code inspection, inspector, I came. I had an automobile accident. I came here as soon as I could. Since I live 2,000 miles away, I was here and I got everything fixed like I was supposed to. I had tenants. I owned the property with 3 units on it, and I rented the place to tenants in August of last year, and by November they start paying, and then they're bringing in homeless and scammers into the house. They didn't pay no rent, but then I had a handyman. We tried to get them out, but they would slam the door in the face. Anyways, we have, I think, 4,500 homeless here, and most of them are not good. But that could be my 3 minutes. Okay, now the court enforcement is taking all the landlords and piling them into one category: slum landlords. I'm not a slumlord. I own my place. I take care of it. I come and I evict, fix, and then I live in it. This time for 6 months here. But the city and the code inspectors are almost like Gestapos. They're violating our civil rights when they want to come into our homes and see how many people are there and how many where the landlords are. That's Gestapo tactics, and that's against our civil rights. And we're going to have to file. People have to have to get together and file a lawsuit on this. They're thieves. The code inspectors are thieves and scammers. Not everybody's a landlord. Just like everybody else, we have city council members that are not good members. We have some that are good. Some are excellent, and we're not like that. They're lumping us all as landlords, and now they're fixed. I fixed everything, and was here, and I live here. And one of my units, they're charging me $13,500. How in the world am I going to be able to pay that? My sons children are in uproar. They say, "Mom, leave it alone. Come home. It's too much stress for you." And we're stressing out for you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Correa, your time is up.
Okay, but let me address one thing to the mayor.
No, I'm sorry, Ms. Correa, you cannot, your time is up. But thank you for coming down.
Yeah, I can't have half a minute to address homelessness.
No.
I have an opinion for the mayor. You're going to be gone for another 2 or 3 weeks. I'm not going to be able to come here. Mr. Mayor, I called you and I
your
talked to
time
you.
is up.
I know.
You no longer have the floor. Your time has expired, but we thank you
Well-
for coming down and sharing your comments with us. Thank you.
Well, no, I called you and you refused to talk to me.
Thank you.
I'm going to be out because I'm
Thank you.
You're not a good person. What's 1 minute or one half a minute?
Thank you. We now move on to our 1020 item. This is sponsored by Mayor Brand and Councilmember Bredefeld. It's a hearing to consider text amendment application. Turn it over to Member Bredefeld.
Yes, I think we've debated this.
Hang on a sec. Ms. Correa, thank you.
Yes,
Please.
the City Council obviously debated this several months ago. It's gone through the Planning Commission, the Airport Land Use Commission. It's to ban recreational dispensaries. Proposition 64 allows people to legally smoke marijuana and utilize it. It also gives municipalities the right to ban or restrict the recreational dispensaries. Council did that by a majority vote. I don't think we need to relitigate it. I'd like to make a motion that we adopt this and ban recreational dispensaries in the city of Fresno.
It doesn't look like there's a second. So that item dies for lack of a second.
Not yet. Is Councilmember Chavez on the agenda? Listening in?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'll second the motion.
Okay. We have a second.
Okay. Mayor Brand.
I'll keep my comments brief, but my position remains the same. I support the ban on recreational marijuana. However, to the audience, the medical will be a different issue that will be debated with difference of opinion. So, again, this is, strictly recreational recreational marijuana, and I have the same position I had before. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we'll go out to the public. I have a number of cards, but it looks like a number of people are no longer here. Mr. Miller, you're first. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Ted Miller, Box 24, Carruthers, California. I handed out, we passed out a spreadsheet printout for you all to look at. I will be happy to go through it line by line. If somebody wants to ask me a question and it gets out of my 2 minutes, what it boils down to is that of the revenue that the state of California receives for the sale of recreational marijuana, which is significant, 20% of that revenue that the state of California receives is turned over to the Board of State and Community Corrections. That department distributes that revenue to the police departments and the fire departments in the state of California. In the spreadsheet, we allocated that based on population size, population density, and that comes out to a conservative estimate of $2.4 million a year. And I actually think it's probably more like $4 or $5 million a year. So it's 4 or 5 million, at least 2.4, probably more like $4 or $5 million a year that Fresno would not receive for their police force and their fire departments from marijuana revenue. Because if you ban legal dispensaries in the city of Fresno, then you don't receive any of this money. Now, this has nothing to do with the sales tax revenue. This has nothing to do with the other revenues associated with this, with revenues imposed by the city of Fresno. This is strictly the state revenue. It's allocated to Fresno police and Fresno fire departments. I estimate that Fresno would lose at least $2.4 million a year of revenue for police and fire, and probably more like $4 or $5 million a year. Okay, so it's going to be a very expensive decision. 5 out of 7 council district voters voted in favor of the legalization of recreational marijuana.
Thank you.
Follow the voters' will.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Desiree Calderon, but I think she's gone. Okay. I'm going to say this wrong. Side Defina. Okay. Dennis on Kalish Avenue. Are you here? Dennis from Kalish? Not here. Martha Kolstad.
Council members, I sent all of you a information packet, or actually emailed, about the Colorado impact, and I hope you will take the time to look at it or ask your staff to take a look at it. But I'm going to read it. It's not very long. I'm going to read my note to you all. Council members, I stand firmly against allowing marijuana dispensaries in Fresno. Attached are some of the excerpts from the impact report link on Colorado, which clearly shows documented and sourced evidence that unforeseen effects can cause a heavy load on resources to Fresno, which are already stretched to the max. People see mountains of money flowing into the city, but refuse to talk the reality of the consequences of increased demand for city services, medical care, outreach, treatment, and law enforcement, or increases in homelessness, migration from other areas, continued black market, the negative impact on our youth, and city cleanliness. We already have a homelessness problem, which has created a trash and destruction of property problem, and now we're going to chance an increase of visitors or transplants because of dispensaries, who will surely add to it. Many of you stand with other elected officials who rush to ban soda and tax cigarettes because of the negative health effects, but are ready to let marijuana dispensaries come into our community. How do you think that will improve the city of Fresno? California citizens voted to legalize marijuana, but we can see the folly and ill-thought-out results of many well-meaning votes. The people cannot always be trusted to make a responsible and far-reaching decision when all they see is a personal outcome. They don't think about the community, the cause and effect of laws. They are self-serving. That is why you are sitting in those seats, to think long and hard about what is best for all. It falls to you in your fact-based research and consideration to be able to articulate to your constituents why you vote a certain way. We need to talk about facts, not only emotion. Those who need the medicine can and do have their needs met. The chief of police, the rest of law enforcement, medical professionals and personnel, mental health professionals, churches and shelters all tell you they are against the dispensaries and the reasons why. Is that not the informed group you would believe? These are all persons who serve the community selflessly every day. Do you not think they want to continue to serve and protect? As elected officials, you have agreed to do the best for your community, even if it is not a popular decision. That is why you are a leader. It is not a far stretch to say that the state of California has made many poor choices. Please ask yourselves if this makes Fresno better, and then do what your consciences dictate is best for Fresno, which I hope is to uphold the vote against the dispensaries.
Thank you. Council, I wanted to address, we're running behind this morning, but we were able to cross a couple of items off the agenda. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards times 2, so that's 14 minutes. There may be some other folks out there who don't have cards. Mayor, we want you to continue to be with us through this debate, but do you and I not have a noon? Okay. So we could go through, but you have it too. So there's 3 of us, Member Bredefeld, that have a noon, and I realize it's probably discourteous not only to Member Bredefeld, but to other folks who've turned out here. But the council typically does break for recess at noon. and returns at 1:30. So it's going to be inconvenient for many of you, but the three of us who are sitting up here have a commitment at noon. So would it be possible for us to return at 1:30 and hear the remainder of the item?
I don't know if Councilmember Chavez, who's obviously critical to this decision, can be there. I don't know. I mean, I think...
Point of order, President Clint. For legal counsel, can I register my yes vote now, or do I have to wait?
No, the council rules provide that you must be on the phone or present during the vote itself.
Okay.
Are you able to, Councilmember Chavez?
I'd like work to do. I mean, everybody's been waiting in the audience, and you know, this is obviously dragged on. There's not a big debate. Everybody's been public about what we've said, so I think we should just go ahead and vote.
Well, also, council, please keep in mind this is introduction of an ordinance. A vote is technically not required today. Vote is actually required at adoption, which would be the following council meeting.
So we don't have to vote on this today?
You don't have to vote today. The charter requires a first reading, and then no earlier than 5 days later, the final adoption vote.
So I guess I need to, you know, I'm in this position to build bridges to my colleagues on the council and not upset them horribly, especially when they have agenda items on. The problem is that, I mean, we Mayor Brand, do we send the county supervisors back to the county building and reschedule our meeting, or? Okay.
Council President, we have several electeds. They're staffers. They're all waiting for us as we speak.
Okay.
And so I have to go at 12.
Okay. So, City Attorney, how do you, can you offer us some options on how to proceed?
Well,
did Member Chavez say he can't be back at?
Let me, Council President, let me just say this. I mean, and this is going to be your prerogative. You can close public hearing right now, and I know there are some people that are waiting to speak, but I want to be very honest with most of you. Most of you have already spoken to us and registered your opinions on this topic. There may be a couple of you that haven't, but most of you had an opportunity to speak before when we introduced the consultant. It is in your interest to probably allow us to debate this, seeing as how we have 2 or 3 minutes left. I know Member Bredefield wants to vote. I think you all want to vote as well. So I would say, Council President, you may want to think about closing public hearing and bringing it back to the dais and allowing us to vote.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that. We'll go ahead and close public hearing on this item and return it to council. Just in the interest of time, we're trying to accommodate people who are out of state, accommodate people who have meetings in 2 minutes. So let's try and accommodate as many people as we possibly can, or else inconvenience as many people as we possibly
can. We take a vote?
Can. Well, the screen is clear. Council members obviously have an opportunity to punch up and speak. So, Member Baines?
Yeah, I'm going to make my comments very, very, very brief because other people may have things to say, and obviously, for a whole host of reasons that I've outlined before, I don't agree with this. I did not support Proposition 64, the recreational use. However, it is clear to me that the people of the state, county, and this city all voted to support recreational use. I was stunned by one of our speakers who actually said the people cannot be trusted to make decisions. That is just unbelievable to me, and we should be voting with facts, not only emotion. I totally agree with you, and we don't have any facts yet. So we actually, a moment ago, we asked a consultant to come out and actually give us facts, because this body for many years has been used to making decisions based off of facts and information. Yet we're being asked to, in my opinion, completely subvert the will of the people, which is very reckless, without any real facts. So my motion is to continue this item until we come back with the report from the consultants, and we can actually have a discussion on the totality of cannabis in this city with actual facts. I think that I'm not saying that we should not ban recreational use or not. People can do that. I'm simply saying that this body should have facts when it makes a decision, and it should not be spurred on by only emotion. So I could go on forever, but that's my motion, is to continue this item and bring it back once we have some evaluation by our consultant.
Actually, I'll withdraw my name from the list. I was just going to...
Okay. Member Capriolio.
Briefly, I had a question for the mayor as a sponsor. Do you have an opinion on that, or what is your position on setting it over for further discussion?
I think we should take a vote tonight, right now, and this issue will go on. The consultant will come back. There's still a lot to be decided, but I think today we should take the vote.
So you're seconding?
Yeah.
Oh, Member Baines made a motion to continue.
He made a motion, so I'll go ahead and second it. I do believe that similarly to previous policy discussions that we've had, and my argument has been sometimes we need to really take a step back and look at much more comprehensively. I don't disagree. We may come back and ban the recreational component of it, but I think that it's important that we look at the totality of the circumstances and bring back something comprehensively. I think that that's the best way to make policy, and so we need facts before moving forward.
Member Brando, you're back.
So we have a first motion, and now we have a seconded motion, right? So we're going to vote on
the first. Now the
first.
debate on the floor right now for consideration is to postpone indefinitely this the text amendment that's being brought forward today for introduction.
So let me clarify. It's not indefinitely. It is when we come back with the evaluation from the consultant. It's simply to align the vote with information. That's what it's done to do.
Oh, got it. All right. Well, I'm supporting Mayor Brand's comment about taking the vote today, and then this is the second time we've really crossed this bridge, and we had already made a determination that we would wait and review this item. So there's going to be plenty of discussion on this issue, but I prefer to take the original vote today, so I won't support the continuance.
Okay. The screen is clear, and I'm going to just say a couple of things that might take about 22 seconds because I kind of agree with the maker of the motion, Member Baines, only because we heard that this text amendment that we'd be voting on to prohibit recreational dispensaries, we heard that was written without a consultant. No consultant was needed. And to me, a consultant should have been needed or should have been used because of I've myself have detected some critical flaws in the cultivation component, which is not up for debate today. But if these documents were written without the aid of a professional consultant, and there are critical flaws in the cultivation element, then the chances are there are critical flaws in this document as well that was written without a professional consultant. So I do believe that the document, the text amendment we're being asked to support this morning, I do believe it's flawed. I do believe it's a rush to judgment. I do believe it's a knee-jerk reaction to a perceived threat that our police chief and our fire chief have issued memos that said, there probably really isn't a lot there. And so I think that waiting would be the best thing to do. I also want to say that I believe in the sincerity of my council colleague and our mayor. I believe that they have good hearts, and their fathers and grandfathers and public servants who really want to do the best thing for their community. I do believe that. And I thank them for putting the thought and the attention that they did into this. We're having a public discussion because you brought this forward, and it's an important discussion to have. So I thank you for bringing it. I thank you. There's been a lot of passion poured out on this on both sides, and even the folks in the middle have been passionate. And so, just thank you for bringing this to the public, into the public discussion again. And with that, the screen is clear. We'll go ahead and vote. The first
point of order, President Olivier. So there was a couple of motions on there. Clarify what the motions are.
Go ahead, Member Baines.
Councilmember Chavez, this is Councilmember Baines. I made a motion to continue this item until we receive the evaluation from the consultant that the mayor's office is organizing. So the motion on the floor before you first is a motion to continue this and align the discussion with the evaluation of the consultant.
So procedurally, what are we voting on first?
We're voting on the continuance first.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. The screen is clear. This is on the continuance, the motion made by Member Baines and seconded by Member Soria. Should this fail, we'll move immediately to vote on the original motion, which is acceptance of the text amendment. So with that, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Baines.
Yes.
Councilmember Brandau.
No.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
No.
Councilmember Caprillo.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
And President Olivier.
Yes. Okay, that fails. Let's move now to the text amendment. There's a motion and a second. The screen is clear.
And this is to ban the recreational dispensers.
Yes. Will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Baines.
No.
Councilmember Brandau.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Caprillo.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Soria.
No.
And President Olivier.
No.
Passes 4-3.
Thank you. We'll be back at 4:30 for the item on the park. Thank you. A number of council members to still come in, and are we expecting another a busload of people, or we're okay? Okay, we're okay to start. So we have a couple of items of business. The first one, we have to present some certificates, and for that, I will turn it over to our Vice President Soria from District 1.
Thank you, Council President. Good evening, everyone. I am truly honored to be able to make this special recognition to two remarkable women that live in the city of Fresno and have just a track record of doing some phenomenal work here in the city of Fresno. And so it was long overdue that they get recognized this evening in front of all of you. And for those that watch us on cable TV, also to see the wonderful work that these two young women do in our community. So I would call up Jess Beer and also Sharanjit if you guys want to come on up. But these are two women that have a track record of giving selflessly to the community for over 20 years. I will start off with 30 years. For a long, long time, so decades. I will start off with Jess Beer. She's been living in Fresno since 1978 and was the co-founder of the Fresno Punjabi School and also initiated many Punjabi cultural programs that are focused on empowering women in our community. Jess Beer has dedicated many years to ensuring that children grow up learning their parents' and grandparents' language. She is devoted to her students and loves the work that she does. I know how important the type of work that she's done as someone that grew up from immigrant parents and understanding the importance of retaining my native language, which is Spanish. I really I'm very grateful that you're in the community continuing to reinforce the importance of retaining your native language. And we also have Charanjit, who has been a resident also since 1978 and really has had so much love for her language and her community that she dedicated a room in her house where each week she had 10 students that went to learn the fundamentals of also the Punjabi language Sikh history, the Sikh religious practices, and culture. So eventually, the Sikh Association of Fresno opened where she is now have found a home for her teachings. Week in and week out, she dedicates her Sunday to the Punjabi school. Today, we want to recognize the efforts of these women and appreciate all their hard work, which is necessary in promoting, again, diversity and the uniqueness of our city. I think that when we learn about our history, we recognize and value who we are so that we can teach others about our history and about our community. Here in particular in the city of Fresno, history, heritage, and culture is important because they define our evolutionary identity, help us understand our ancestral values, and give us the very meaning of life. So on behalf of the city of Fresno, the mayor, the council members, we want to recognize both women for all the work that they've continued to do in educating the young people of our community. So Jasbir, here's a proclamation for you. And Sharanjit, here's a proclamation for you. And I will have our clerk to read the proclamations for the record.
Whereas for 3 decades, Jasbir Kaur Sidhu, known lovingly in the community as Goody Sidhu, has been a tour de force of Fresno, and whereas she was the co-founder of the Fresno Punjabi School and has been a radio and TV host since 1987, and initiated numerous Punjabi culture programs, especially aimed at empowering women, and including the popular Thiyan Festival, held for the past 20 years at Kearney Park. And whereas with her last child being born in Fresno, her 3 children were part of her inspiration to begin the Punjabi school and for their spearheading the community to open the first Sikh Gurudwara in the city of Fresno. And whereas every Sunday she is a pillar at the Fresno Gurudwara, greeting all of her students with a smile and kindness, her love for the Punjabi language and its deep literary roots motivated her to make sure her children, and now over 1,500 other children in the valley, learn their mother tongue. And whereas her service to the community, her love of her mother tongue, and her charisma has shaped the Punjabi community in Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno, Mayor and City Council, does hereby recognize the life and achievements of Jasbir Kaur Sidhu. Next is, whereas since arriving in Fresno on November 18th of 1978, Sharanjit, lovingly known as Goody Ranu, exudes pride in the city of Fresno and her community. And whereas in 1988, the idea to start a Punjabi school originated, and she began teaching 10 students in her home the fundamentals of the Punjabi language, along with Sikh history, Sikh religious practices, and Sikh culture. And whereas while the original impetus was to make sure her 3 children knew their heritage, her determination and the creation of the formal Punjabi school has led to more than 1,500 students benefiting from her vision. And whereas week in and week out, she dedicates her Sunday to the Punjabi school and shares that as soon as she enters the Gurudwara gates, she leaves all her worries behind to focus on the children. And whereas she is a mother, a confidant, a teacher, and a mentor for nearly all of the Fresno Punjabi-speaking population. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council does hereby recognize the life and achievements of Sharanjit Kaur Ranu.
Again, it is great to be able to recognize the life achievements of 2 great women in our community. Before we also present some beautiful flowers and show a little video, I did want to give each woman an opportunity to share a little bit.
Thank you. Thank you. I am truly honored and humbled to accept this recognition. Alongside my best friend, Gudi Ranu, I would like to thank the mayor, council members, and our community at large for appreciating our services to this great city. This recognition truly goes to all of our volunteers, our families, and friends who made our commitment to public service possible and enjoyable over all these years. Thank you very much. Shukriya.
You know, for me, I don't know what to say. I'll just say thank you कि वाहिगुरु ने उस परमात्मा ने एक जिम्मेवारी kind of gave it to me, and I hope I did it with my whole honesty. And another thing is I thank everybody in this journey of my life. It's this 30 years, whosoever, students, parents, Gurdwara, anybody who helped me in this way, because in this journey of life, I also learned a lot, and I also changed my life a lot in many ways. So from there to immature 23 years old of girl, doesn't know anything, took the responsibility of 30 kids, now it's 200. So I think with the God's blessing, everything happened. Again and again, I also thank the Fresno City of Council and everybody who recognized this, and also the best student of mine, Deep Singh, so who started also the Paras Group Center. So that's all I say. Thanks a lot, everybody, whosoever helped me in this journey. Thank you.
And so now we have a short video. No? Oh, no? Oh.
With that, we can begin the 445 item. This is a resolution renaming the park at Clinton and Brawley. And this, I'll turn it over to City Council Member Oliver Baines.
Thank you, Council President. And I'm going to make my remarks brief, but there are a couple of things I absolutely need to say because of the historic nature of this day in Fresno. Maybe about a year ago, I had several members of the Sikh community come and visit me in my office. And as we were talking about the issues that face the community, one of the issues that they asked me was, could we potentially rename the park Victoria West to someone in the Sikh community? And I remember, Deep, you were there, and I said absolutely. I did a little checking. There's nothing special about the name Victoria West. It wasn't named after a person. I think it was almost a placeholder. And I'm well aware, and Councilmember Sori and I both know, that so many members from the Punjab community and Sikh community visit that park regularly. And there's so many people from the Punjab community that live in the area. And so we talked about it. I said, the only thing that I want you to do is I want you to make sure that the name that you recommend to me has gone through a community process and will be an unimpeachable, non-controversial person. Because it should be something that we celebrate. This moment should be a celebratory moment, and I wanted to make sure that it would not be marred in any way. So after a very extenuous community outreach and thought, I want you to know that there was a lot of thought put into this. Deep and the team came back to me recommending that this park be named after Jaswant Singh Kalra. And I have been privileged to find out just a little bit about his life. And when I realized that the recommendation was going to be to name this park after a person who dedicated his life to standing up against the atrocities of human rights violations, I couldn't help but feel honored today. And we all should feel honored to be able to name this park after a person of the stature and the quality of Jaswat Singh Kalra. And so in a moment, we are going to take a vote as a council to rename the park. I suspect that this will be a unanimous decision by this body because this is a very special day. So thank you to the Sikh community for being steadfast. Thank you, Deep, and all of the people that were involved in this. Bill, I know you were involved too. I certainly appreciate everyone that worked with our office. And the other thing I asked was that during the presentation that we be given the opportunity to learn a little bit about Mr. Kalra and what he dedicated to his community back in Punjab. So Deep, the floor is yours.
Honorable City Council members, thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to speak this evening. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Before we begin, we're going to get an opportunity, probably something very, very unique, which is to get the opportunity to hear Jaswant Singh Kalra in his own words. It's subtitled on the bottom from the original Punjabi. But this was a speech he gave just after he had presented in front of the Canadian Parliament in Ottawa to share why he fought for human rights, why his cause was so important when so many members told him that his life was at threat, his family's members' lives were at threat, and we're joined by one of them this evening. So before we begin tonight's program with a few conversations from some of our, especially our youth members, we just wanted to get an opportunity to hear Jaswant Singh Kalra in his own words.
ਸਤਿਗੁਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਚਰਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਨਿਘ ਮਾਨਦੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੇ ਪਿਆਰਿਓ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਇੱਕ ਲਘੂ ਕਥਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਦ ਸੂਰਜ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਵਾਰ ਅਸਤਨ ਲੱਗਾ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਉਂ-ਜਿਉਂ ਉਹ ਆਪਣਾ ਪੰਧ ਮੁਕਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਚਾਨਣ ਘਟ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਚਾਨਣ ਘਟ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਹਨੇਰੇ ਦੀ ਆਮਦ ਦੇ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨ ਪ੍ਰਗਟ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਆ ਲੋਕਾਂ 'ਚ ਹਾਹਾਕਾਰ ਮਚ ਰਹੀ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਸੂਰਜ ਛਿਪ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਹਨੇਰਾ ਪਸਰ ਜਾਊਗਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਕੁਛ ਦਿਸੂ ਨਾ ਤੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਕੀ ਬਣੂਗਾ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਫਿਕਰਮੰਦ ਸੀ पर सूरज अस्त्या हनेरे ने अपना जोर विखाउण लई धरती ते पैर पाया पर कहंदे आ दूर किसे झोंपड़ी चों एक दीपक ने सिर चुकिया उसने कहा कि मैं हनेरे नूं चैलेंज करदा होर कुछ नहीं तो अपने आले दुआले तो मैं इसनूं नहीं लागे लगन देंगा अपने आले दुआले तो चानण कायम करांगा तो उस दीपक नूं देख के कहंदे हर झुग्गी झोंपड़ी च एक दीपक उठिया तो दुनिया हैरान रह गई कि इन्हां दीपकां ने हनेरे नूं पसरनों रोकिया ते लोग देख सके तो मैं समझदा कि अज जदों एक हनेरा पूरे जोर दे नाल सच दे उत्ते फतेह पाउण लई ललकार रहा है तो होर कुछ नहीं तो मैं कहूँगा अनखीला पंजाब एक दीपक दी न्याई इसनूं चैलेंज कर रहा है ते अरदास करदा कि सतगुरु इस जोत नूं ਜਗਦੀ ਰੱਖੇ।
If I can ask the speakers to come forward, and we'll begin with Jasdeep Singh.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Honorable members of the City Council. As we speak today, we're aware of the debates that are ripping through our communities. Who do we honor and what do we honor in our society? It would be a point of pride for me if my hometown would be able to resolve this debate for itself and side with truth and justice. The difficult truth is that many people now residing in our valley did not leave their old homes of their own free will. Many fled violence or deprivation of other sorts. But today's resolution would confirm their choose to remain as Fresnans. Fresno has always opened itself up as a harbor for those seeking refuge in distant shores. The Armenian genocide, the Laotian Civil War, the Sikh genocide, and even the Syrian Civil War have reshaped and the contours of Fresno's history, all the while enriching it. The commitment we would make today would honor the life of Jaswant Singh Kalra, but it would also be a nod towards those like Jalil Andrabi, who raised his voice for those silenced by terror in Kashmir. It would also be a gesture towards an acknowledgement of Hrant Davik, who gave his life seeking peace and justice in Armenia and Turkey. I would like to extend my gratitude to the members of the City Council and those who brought this resolution forward today and helped in this process. My hope is that this will be the start of a new era of engagement for our community. So going forward, we will be hearing from TJ and Kushmeen of our High School Honor Society, Jaskeet Kaur for our college organizations, Simranjeet of our Youth Center, Navkiran Kaur Kalra, the daughter of the Jaswant Singh Kalra, who you just heard speak, and finally Deep Singh, who you've heard from already. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Hi, my name is Tajinder Nijjar. I'm a junior at Central East High School, and I'm a historian for the Sikh Honor Service Society Club. I am really excited for this name change for the park. This means a lot to me as a 15-year-old born and raised in Fresno. Seeing the number of hate crimes against the Sikh community always makes me nervous. That's why we are excited for this name change. Jaswant Singh Kalra is my hero for so many Sikh youth. He fought for the truth and the justice and the human rights. Naming a park after him creates awareness and celebrates Fresno's best values and will be a point of pride for the new generation of Fresno youth. I am proud of the Sikh community, the Fresno Council, and the entire city of Fresno for declaring a park named Jaswant Singh Kalra. Thank you for your time.
Vaheguru Ji Ki Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Hi everyone, my name is Kushmeen Dother and I'm a junior at Central East High School. I'm currently the Vice President of the Sikh Honors and Service Society Club, and our goal as the Sikh youth in Fresno is not only to bring awareness to the school about who we are as Sikhs, but to the people of Fresno as well. One of the main goals I would like to accomplish is that as I grow up in the Sikh community in Fresno, I do not want to have the fear that me or my fellow Sikh brothers and sisters could be discriminated against for who they are. There has been a growing amount of hate crimes in Fresno against the Sikh people, and I don't want our youth or elders to feel afraid to be who they are in a place that they call home. These hate crimes happen because people don't know who we are. Sikhs are wrongly stereotyped as terrorists if they are seen wearing a turban or receive racial slurs and comments. The best way to fight these hate crimes and discrimination that we have today is not only to educate the public, but to bring awareness as well. This is why I'm very excited for the name change of Victoria Park to Jaswant Singh Kalra Park. It will be an amazing opportunity for the people of Fresno to really understand who the Sikh people are and our presence in the community. Jaswant Singh Kalra fought for the Sikh people in India during the aftermath of the 1984 genocide, and he spoke out in a time where Sikhs were forced to be silent. And we are here today to come together as Sikhs to fight this discrimination. The name change of Victoria Park will help us do that. Not only will this have an impact on our generation, but the further generations to come. They will be able to proudly say who they are without any fear. On behalf of the Sikh community, thank you so much for listening. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Hello and good afternoon, City Hall. My name is Jaskeet Koraika, and I'm currently a third-year business student here at Fresno State. First, I'd just like to start off by saying how appreciative and proud I am that the City of Fresno recognizes the importance of cultural representation here in Fresno. We really are so lucky to be in a city with such a diverse population. Today as a community, we've taken a monumental step, but what makes it so amazing for me is not just what it did for us today, but what it will do for us in the future. I feel overjoyed just knowing that the Punjabi youth now has something like this to look up to and will grow with the name around the city that they're able to identify themselves with, which is really important in building self-confidence and encouraging them. But furthermore, this is also a step closer in helping bridge whatever gap there may be within communities here in Fresno. I feel that this park is creating an awareness of who I am for people passing by that may not know. Neighborhood parks have played an integral role in not just my childhood, but almost every childhood. I've climbed the monkey bars at Darren Collegian. I had family barbecues at Woodward Park. I fed the ducks at Oso de Oro. I played in the grass at Stallion Park, and I can't wait to continue doing that at Just One Sin Colorado Park. Thank you. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
I was told to adjust the mic a little bit. Oh, there we go. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Excuse my nerves a little bit. If my voice gets a little bit shaky, I get nervous speaking in front of large crowds. But my name is Sim. Nice to meet all of you. City Council members, on the behalf of the Punjabi Sikh community of Fresno, I would like to thank you for this opportunity to change the landscape within our community. While this may or may not be just another vote for you, for our community it is much more. Shaheed Jaswant Singh Khalra is what we refer to as a hira, or a diamond. Our faith and culture are preserved today because of diamonds like Khalra and their ultimate sacrifice. His compassion, his resilience, his courage, his bravery are all prime examples of not only what every Sikh should embody, but what every human should uphold as well. Still to this day, eyes fill up with tears when our community reflects upon the sacrifice of Sardar Jaswant Singh Khalra. He holds a very special place in our hearts, and now he will hold a special place in the community of Fresno, California. Thank you. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. And now we're going to be, somebody's going to be reciting a very short poem written in Punjabi. If I could call Mr. Manjeet Singh Pattar to the stand.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਮੇਰੀ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਥੋੜੀ ਵੀਕ ਹੈ, ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੰਗਲਿਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੁਣਾ ਘਟਾਓ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨੀ। ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਜਸਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਖਾਲੜੇ ਬਾਰੇ, ਜੋ ਸਿਟੀ ਹਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੈਠੇ ਨੇ ਵੀਰ ਹਰਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਗਿੱਲ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਫਾਦਰ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਡਾਕਟਰ ਗੁਰਮੁਖ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਗਿੱਲ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਸਵੰਤ ਸਿੰਘ ਜੀ ਖਾਲੜਾ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਪਿਤਾ ਦੇ ਪਾਸੋਂ ਵਿੱਦਿਆ ਹਾਸਲ ਕੀਤੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਵਿਤਾ ਲਿਖੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਹੁਣੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਹੁਕਮ ਕੀਤਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗਾ ਜੀ। ਕੀ ਦੋਸ਼ ਖਾਲੜੇ ਦਾ ਸੱਚ ਨੂੰ ਸੱਚ ਉਸ ਆਖ ਸੁਣਾਇਆ, ਪਾਪੀ ਜਰਵਾਣਿਆਂ ਨੇ ਸੱਚ ਪੁੱਤਰ ਤੇ ਕਹਿਰ ਕਮਾਇਆ। ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਅਤਾ ਕੋਈ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਮਾਰ ਖੁਪਾਇਆ, ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਦੋਸ਼ ਖਾਲੜੇ ਦਾ ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਮਾਰ ਮਕਾਇਆ। ਮਾਨਵ ਅਧਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਮਸੀਹਾ ਸੀ ਜਸਵੰਤ ਖਾਲੜਾ, ਹੱਕੋ ਹੱਕ ਨਵੇੜਨ ਲਈ ਬਣਿਆ ਸੀ ਪਤਵੰਤ ਖਾਲੜਾ। ਖਾਲੀ ਹੱਥ ਨੇ ਹੱਥੇ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਚੁੱਕ ਗੱਡੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਾਇਆ, ਕੀ ਦੋਸ਼ ਸੀ ਖਾਲੜੇ ਦਾ ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਮਾਰ ਮੁਕਾਇਆ। ਪੰਜਾਬ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਚੁਣ ਚੁਣ ਕੇ ਸੁੱਟੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ੀ ਜੇਲੀ, ਕੁੱਟਮਾਰ ਤੇ ਚੱਡੇ ਪਾੜ ਕੇ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਭੱਠੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਠੇਲੀ। ਲਾਵਾਰਸ ਕਹਿ ਲੋਥਾਂ ਮਨ ਮਰਜੀ ਨਾ ਲੰਬੂ ਲਾਇਆ, ਕੀ ਦੋਸ਼ ਸੀ ਖਾਲੜੇ ਦਾ ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਮਾਰ ਮੁਕਾਇਆ। ਸਿੱਖੀ ਦਾ ਸੂਰਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਸਤਵੰਤ ਸੰਤ ਸੀ ਖਾਲੜਾ, ਉਹ ਸੀ ਨਿਰਭੈ ਜੋਦਾ ਬੁਲਾਰਾ ਬੇਅੰਤ ਸੀ ਖਾਲੜਾ। ਨਾਰਾ ਹੱਕ ਮਨੁੱਖਤਾ ਦਾ ਜਿਸ ਨੇ ਦੇਸ਼ ਵਿਦੇਸ਼ ਚਲਾਇਆ, ਕੀ ਦੋਸ਼ ਸੀ ਖਾਲੜੇ ਦਾ ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਮਾਰ ਮੁਕਾਇਆ। ਰੱਬੀ ਨੂਰ ਹੈ ਸਭਨਾ 'ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਹਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਉਸ ਬੰਦੇ, ਹੱਕੋ ਹੱਕ ਨਿਬੜੇ ਪਈ ਨਾਨਕ ਕੌਣ ਭਲੇ ਕੋ ਮੰਦੇ। ਬਾਗਾਨਾ ਹੱਕ ਮਾਰੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਹ ਮਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਾਇਆ, ਕੀ ਦੋਸ਼ ਬਗਤ ਖਾਲੜੇ ਦਾ ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਮਾਰ ਮੁਕਾਇਆ। ਉਹ ਅਜੇ ਪਤਾ ਅਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੈ ਜਸਵੰਤ ਖਾਲੜਾ, ਮਾਪੇ ਭੈਣ ਭਰਾ ਬੱਚੇ ਨਾਰੀ ਉਡੀਕੇ ਕੰਤ ਖਾਲੜਾ। ਮਾਨਵਤਾ ਉਡੀਕੇ ਪਈ ਜਿਸ ਦਾ ਉਸਨੇ ਨਾਰਾ ਲਾਇਆ, ਨਹੀਂ ਦੋਸ਼ ਖਾਲੜੇ ਦਾ ਐਵੇਂ ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਮਾਰ ਮੁਕਾਇਆ। ਰਹੂ ਗੂੰਜ ਦੀ ਗਰਜ ਉਹਦੀ ਸੀ ਗੜ ਗੱਜ ਗੁਰਜੰਟ ਖਾਲੜਾ, ਮਦ ਵਰਗੀ ਕਿਸਾਨੀ ਚੋ ਦਿਲ ਦਾ ਸੀ ਤਨਵੰਤ ਖਾਲੜਾ। ਤਨ ਮਾਂ ਪਿਓ ਪਿੰਡ ਖਾਲੜਾ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਸਰਦੀ ਤਰਤ ਦਾ ਜਾਇਆ, ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਦੋਸ਼ ਖਾਲੜੇ ਦਾ ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਮਾਰ ਮੁਕਾਇਆ। ਨਾ ਰਹੇ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਰਹਿਣੇ ਜਿਸ ਜਿਸ ਬੇਦੋਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰਿਆ, ਨਰਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਭਾਗੀ ਨੇ ਖਾਲੜਾ ਸੁਰਗੀ ਵੀ ਸਤਕਾਰਿਆ। ਧਰਮ ਤੋਂ ਉੱਚੀ ਮਾਨਵਤਾ ਖਾਲੜਾ ਸਭ ਦਾ ਸੀ ਹਮਸਾਇਆ, ਗਿਲ ਬਦੋਸ਼ਾ ਖਾਲੜਾ ਸੀ ਪਾਪੀਆਂ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਮਾਰ ਮੁਕਾਇਆ। ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ।
Thank you to the council members. It was a short poem anyways, celebrating the memory of Jaswant Singh Khalida. Next we have Navkiran Kaur Khalida, the daughter of Jaswant Singh Khalida and a graduate of Fresno State University.
Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Respective council members and the mayor of Fresno City. 8 years ago, I came to Fresno State as an international student and did my graduate school, my master's here in Fresno State. At that time, I had no idea that I'll have this special connection, this special bond with this city. And now, after 8 years, I'm standing here in the city council in front of you all, witnessing this historic moment for our community, which is, I believe the Sikh community has been part of the larger US American community since more than 100 years of time. But people growing up here or living here do see very little of our own heroes being celebrated part of the larger community and to be known part of the larger community. You just heard a piece of my father's speech, which was played here. In the same speech, he also talks. So Punjab has gone through a lot in 1980s and 1990s, a lot of human rights violations. And in his speech to the Canadian people and to the Canadian Parliament, he said that my aim is not to just go to the courts of India Indian Supreme Court or High Court. My aim is not to just reach out my own people. My aim is to go reach out the international community, to reach out other communities so that we share our stories and they tell us what they had learned, lessons from their experiences, and we share our experiences. So I think this is a very big thing for our community, that now we will be able to celebrate our heroes, celebrate our people who have given their lives or even have witnessed important part of the histories, to not just in the gurdwaras that we gather every weekend, but actually outside with the larger communities where we are living right now. That's all. Thank you. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Finally, respected members of the Fresno City Council, the mayor's representative, and to the community, Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Today is an important day. Today is an exciting day. Today is a historical day. Today we honor both our past, our present, and our future. We honor our past by celebrating our history and people like Jaswant Singh Khalda. We honor our present by giving inspiration to our youngsters, our youth members, that the Fresno that they're inheriting, the Fresno that they're living in, is a more vibrant, dynamic, and inclusive place than at any other point in time. And we honored our future, because with this park naming, it's a permanent testament to the Punjabi Sikh presence in the city, but it honors all those values that we as Fresnans hold valuable, including justice, truth, and human rights. I just wanted to share just one last sort of concluding remark. These sort of incidents sometimes are just seen as just sort of landmarks, sort of just things you do to kind of increase awareness. But for the Punjabi Sikh community that's called this city home for over 100 years, this is actually a historic occasion. This marks a new entry into civic engagement. This sort of, it won't just be the naming of the park. What you also see is an adoption of the park, an adoption of that general area in West Fresno. You'll see more cultural events and hopefully things that really just bring and unite West Fresno and Fresno at large in a way that maybe it hasn't been done before in the past. What this is we see this not only as the City Hall recognizing the Sikh presence, but really opening their embrace to all members of the community and making Fresno such an amazing place to live in. Thank you so much to the Fresno City Council members for giving us an opportunity to share our thoughts today.
Thank you all very much for sharing everything that was shared. It is very much appreciated. And so what we will do is, just as a matter of formality, we'll open public comment now and ask if there's anyone who didn't have a chance to speak who wishes to speak to come forward now at this time. I'm assuming that, well, let's go ahead and hear from you, sir. You give us your name and address for the record, and then you will have 2 minutes.
Okay.
Did you fill out one of these yellow cards?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
I will. Thank you. Madam Mayor and City Council member and all the official and Punjabi community at large. I have been in this country for the last 28 years or so, and being a clinical neuropsychologist and dealing with mental health issues of all communities, because mental health issues are same no matter what color, what race, what creed, what language, what culture, what ethnicity you come from. We have the same feelings, same emotions. And our youngsters have told you and shared with you the legacy of Mr. Kalra, what he stood for. Sikh community at large, the religion at large, was founded based on the human rights principle. The Khalsa, champion of human rights. That's why it was established in 1699. And being from the community and being engaged civically, I live in the Bay Area, but I have my nursing home here in Clovis and in Tulare County. And most of my friends, and Miss Goody, who got recognized, I know her for many, many years, being really mothering and nurturing to the community and what she has done over the years. And these things don't happen in the vacuum. They happen in a system, and system which allows all of us to be part of it. And I want to salute all of you for doing the right thing and engaging the community in a way which is more embracing and more inclusive to all of the communities at large. And I want to thank each and every one of the community members for coming and celebrating with all of you and initiating a new era in the city of Fresno and all over the world. And I also wanted to let all of you know that I'm candidate for California governor in 2018. So thank you so much for
Thank you for your comment. Now I have some yellow cards, and you folks went to all the trouble to fill out the yellow cards, but there were some speakers at the beginning, and so I'll just call anyone else who wishes to address the council. Please come forward. Whether you have a yellow card or not, you're welcome. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Bhajan Singh from Manteca, California, and I did fill the yellow card.
Thank you.
Recently, we have heard about Charlottesville, where there was an attempt to reawaken the dead ideology. Whole America saw what the ugliness was about. Ironically, the forces of darkness that disappeared Mr. Jaswant Singh Kalra, they too want to reawaken a fringe dead ideology. In fact, every major human rights organizations, Christian organizations in the world, they are recognizing the fact today that minorities of India are in a very grave danger, and especially the low caste, the lower strata of the population of India is very oppressed. And Jaswant Singh Kalra stood for all the oppressed. This park is a testament, a city with a giant heart which put its footprint on the world map of human rights. When I think about Jaswant Singh Kalra Park, I think about Medgar Evers. I think about all the great people who did so much for this country. Our nation starts building from down up, not up to down. Thank you for everything you did.
Please give us your name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Pashara Singh Dhillon, and I'm a member of the Sikh Council of Central California. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you, not because of this decision, but there are some other decisions you made in the past recently, and the Sikh community really feels very honored and grateful to you. But I also like to relate a couple of other landmark decisions which have happened all around the nation. First was in 2013, the City Council of Astoria and the Mayor of Astoria, they had passed a proclamation honoring the 100th centennial anniversary of the Ghadar Party. Those were those workers who came here in the beginning of the 20th century, and you have heard all about the Bellingham riots. They were very heavily discriminated. Unfortunately, they had to form a revolutionary sort of Ghadar Party, which not only went back to fight for the freedom of India, but they also started an organized sort of fight against in favor of the civil rights here also. On the 5th of September, the Bellingham City Council and the city mayor, they are also celebrating a 110th anniversary of the Bellingham riots, when in 1907 the Indian workers were driven out of the city, and they never came back a very long time. And now, of course, the history has turned the clock, and there is a community there, and the city council is honoring that there were these people, and we did a wrong to them, and we are going to get it right. And there is a reconciliation arc which the city has approved, and it is going to be installed. So these are some of the things which are going to, correct the history. There is I will just quote and finish with the quote of a local historian based in Portland. She said that to become America has used the labor of so many people all around the world. But unfortunately, for some reasons, the history of many of them has been sidelined, and the Sikhs are one of those. And we are really honored that we are getting on the bus after all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening to the council member and the mayor. Thank you very much. As well, we live in District 3. I live down the street. I walk in that park. We have multiple homes in that district. I teach in that district at James K. Polk Elementary. This is a great honor that our community has received. Now it's a sense of belonging. You know, naming that park, Jaswant Singh Khalda, a big thank you to all our bands and all the council members. You have opened the door for us for the civics, because we all have civic duties. I mean, we do business, we do all that, but now I think there is a sense of belonging in Fresno, and Fresno will make an international news tonight. I mean, everywhere where people love humanity, Fresno's name will come in the front line saying Fresno loves his community and all the communities, all the religion, all the cultures. And I also want to pray for the victims of the Hurricane Harvey. There's a lot of families struggling out there. So I must tell you that the Sikh community and the community of Fresno, they have loaded 2 truckloads of food and things that would be utilized for the people in Texas that are affected by Hurricane Harvey. I mean, see, that is what America is all about. America is united. And thank you, America. Thank you, Fresno. We love you. Thank you to the community. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Thank you very much. And with that, we will go ahead and return to the City Council. For that, we'll return it to Councilmember Baines, and then a number of council members are punched up to address you as well.
Right, and I'll be brief. I want to make sure that we get to a vote on this. Thank you so much for educating us a little bit on Jaswant Singh Khalda. And with that, it is with deep honor, humility, and pride that I make the motion to rename Victoria West Park to Shahid Jaswant Singh Khalda.
Second.
We have a motion by Member Oliver Baines and a second by Member Soria. And Member Soria, you have the floor.
I will keep my remarks very short, but I did want to thank the entire Sikh community for being here. I know that it is a special occasion as we recognize 2 phenomenal women, but I do want to also say thank you to the young and brave people that have been involved and activated and have been getting involved civically in making a difference in your community, in our city. And so it is with great honor that I join my council colleague in this great day where we do rename a park that is part of the city of Fresno, where we show that we value diversity, that we value inclusiveness, and that we value the Sikh people because of their contributions that they have given to this great city, to making it the city that it is. So thank you all for your great work and for bringing this forward to us.
Thank you. Member Bredefeld.
Yes, thank you. Well, I tell you, I'm very touched by many things. I thought we were naming a park, but I think we're doing something much larger than that as I've listened to people talk. I wrote down some things that people said: sense of belonging, reaching out to international communities, celebrating our heroes in a larger community, not just going to the park, but adopting the park. I've had friends in the Sikh community for several decades. 2 are here today, Dr. Jagmeet Chand, Dr. Harchand Chand. Dr. Jagmeet Chand I've worked with for years, great people. Sikh community has done so much in our city. You are involved in so many ways, and I think that this is much larger than just naming a park. It's saying you matter to us, that you're a part of Fresno, and a big part of Fresno. And so I'm very happy and just honored today. I mean, again, I was happy to name the park, but as I listened to you, I was touched by all of what you said. And it's much larger than just naming a park. It's about an acknowledgement that we're all one community. Sikh, all of us here, other cultures and communities. And so I'm very happy today to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bredefeld. Now Member Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. And I, too, want to thank all of you for being here this evening or afternoon. It's a great day and a great event. And I want to give a special thanks to the ladies in the front for keeping the culture young, with the young people and the language and all the things that go with it. It's really, really important that we assimilate into the United States of America, but we must never forget our roots, our upbringing, our culture. So thank you for that. But I also want to encourage all of you, since Fresno State is in my district, District 4, and the young lady that spoke, who's a junior at Fresno State, please, we must keep our youth current and keep them educated and keep them involved, and Fresno State is a great outlet for that. And we want to keep everybody in Fresno. It's a great community. We're off to a great start. And we can only succeed if everyone stays here and keeps going forward and keeps sharing and keeps caring with each other. Will be fantastic. So thank you all for being here. It's an honor for me to support this vote. And I'm just really, really happy for you and really happy for the city of Fresno. Thank you.
City Attorney, we have a motion to second, correct? It was made by Member Baines and seconded by Member Soria. Yeah, we'll do an electronic vote, but I also wanted to say thank you for being here. Thanks for coming back. We're very happy to do this, and it's just a great honor to welcome you all back to your city hall. And then we're going to change the name of that park, and there's going to be even more of a sense of place. So thank you all very much for coming here. And I'm happy. I'm also happy to vote in support today. I should probably add that. So with that, we will vote electronically. If you are interested, the screen above me will show the results of the vote, and hopefully those aren't the results of the vote, but that will reflect if you wish to take a photograph of it. So we do have 2 members absent, but council, please cast your votes. And it's unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. All right, folks. And that concludes our agenda item. Thank you for coming.